पूजा भी
એમને કહો કે અનમ્યુટ થઈ એને મ્યુટ છે તૈયાર તમે બોલો.
Good morning, everyone. We are going to start this program. For today's workshop, AI will use the international research. આવે અવાજ કમ્પ્લીટ દેખાય બધું વ્યવસ્થિત?
એમને કહો કે અનમ્યુટ
અનમ્યુટ કર તું તો સંભળાય.
એટલે તમારો એમનો અવાજ આવશે. એમનો અવાજ આપણને
બેકગ્રાઉન્ડ જો ના કેવો
થોડું રાખો ને અંદર. એવું નહીં સાંભળો તમે આવી થઈ જાઓ ને આ તમારો અવાજ નહીં આવશે અત્યારે.
બેકગ્રાઉન્ડ હા થોડા પૂરા દેખાય છે 2 મિનિટ ઉપર નીચે મૂકી દઉં પાછું બધું કરે
ચાલશે એમાં તમે
હા જો ના વાંચવામાં તો પહેલા જોશે
અને આઈડિયા
લો
મોટી ઉપર
આટલું બસ
હરેશ સર નો છે ને
सब શું કે ખબર आदित्य सर हमारा एग्जाम नहीं है तो आप अर्पित को क्यों ले रहे हो हितेन को ले लो ना ना पाड़े છે બોલ તો મેડમ મેં કીધું મેડમે કીધું છે તો શું કરે પછી હું તો આમાંથી તો કોઈ રિસ્પોન્સ બહુ ના કર્યો
આ ચેર ઊંચી કરવાની જરૂર છે
આ પાછળ આ 3 રાખું ના રાખું ફૂલ લાગે છે સારું લાગે છે ખરાબ નહીં લાગતું
હવે
બહુ બધા જોઈન થઈ ગયા છે નહીં કર્યા કે બધા વેઇટિંગમાં છે હવે 42 થયા ભૂમિકા મેડમને પૂછીને બસ બરાબર લાગે છે પ્રિય બેસજો એકવાર બસ ડન લે લે પૂછી દઉં ચાલુ પૂછી અને ફોટો ને એમને પૂછી લેજે એમને પાડવાના
પીપીટી મિનિમાઇઝ જો મારું મેમનું
લેક્ચર છે
ના પહેલું હરેશ સર
હરેશ સર નું છે મેડમ કરે પછી હરેશ સર મેડમ ચાલુ કરે પેલા હરેશ સર ને કહેવું પડશે
હા પીપીટી ડાયરેક્ટ હું બોલીને ચાલુ કર દઉં મેમનું ડિસ્ક્રિપ્શન પર ચાલશે ને
શેર કરવું પડે ને
શેર કેવી રીતે કરવાનું
પેલું જલ્દી મજા
ના એમને કાઢી નાખો
અહીંયાથી
પેલા પેજા મેડમ ને
ઓકે અહીંયાથી શેર
અહીંયાથી થશે ને સર એ તમે કરી આપશો
ડાયરેક્ટ મેમ
કઈ છે યાદ છે ને
પેલું મેમનું છે
સબર એડમિટ કર બધા હા
સ્લાઇડ બીજી રાખીએ સ્લાઇડ પહેલી કરી દઈએ ડાયરેક્ટ ચેન્જ
મેડમ એટલે એમનું બોલે ને પછી થોડું છેલ્લે પતવા એટલે તારી ટાઈમ ફોટો પાડે
દાડા લઈને નહીં તાર ઘેર હું નહીં એમ કહી દે
મારા ઘેર એટલે
તાર ઘેર બધું જ છે
મારા ઘેર કામ કરવા આવે ને એમના વાડામાં કેવું સાંભળું કાલે લઈ આયા
वो हाँ भी
Good morning, all. We are having some technical issues, so please wait for a while. We'll join within few minutes. Thank you.
મેડિકલ અને જાહેર બંને બનાવવાની પડે. મેડમ આયા ના? મેડિકલ અને 40% છે. કરાડી 15. તે ભેગા બધું તો પછી ખબર પડે કે મેડિકલ અને જાહેર બંને. That ratio. રોકાવા જોઈએ ને તો તમારું મ્યુટ કરો.
You finish it. Then I go.
This is the first. Let's get this start, Ramesh.
Hello, good morning all. Am I audible? Am I audible to all?
Yes, ma'am.
A very good morning to one and all present here. A warm welcome to our participants, esteemed speakers, and respected family members joining us today. I, Ms. Priya Patel, MSc Nursing Tutor from Sumandeep Nursing College, will be your host for this exciting and insightful e-workshop on advanced AI tools for nursing research and an IPR patent filing process, organized by Institutional Research Committee, Sumandeep Nursing College. It is a pleasure to have professionals, researchers, and academicians from across the country come together to engage in such an important discussion. This workshop aims to explore the growing role of AI, that is artificial intelligence, in transforming nursing research, making data collection, analysis, and interpretation more efficient and evidence-based. Alongside, we'll also delve into the essentials of the intellectual property rights, that is IPR system, focusing on the patent filing process. The integration of AI with IPR not only boosts innovation but also ensures the protection of original research. We hope this workshop will provide valuable insights and spark new ideas for all of our participants. Before we dive in, let me quickly go over a few housekeeping points to make sure we all have a smooth experience. Please keep your microphones muted unless you are speaking. Feel free to turn on your camera if you are comfortable. We love seeing your faces. If you have questions, drop them in chat anytime. We'll address them during the question and answer session or as we go. Let's make the most of this opportunity to enhance our collective knowledge and continue to push the boundaries of research excellence. To commence this enlightening e-workshop, it is my honor to introduce our esteemed principal ma'am, Dr. Anita Prakasham ma'am, a visionary leader and dedicated academician. She continually inspires excellence and education and research. We are grateful for her support and guidance. Ma'am has been serving as PhD supervisor at Sumandeep Vidyapeeth and Adesh University as a validator, examiner, reviewer for PhD nursing research across multiple universities. Ma'am is a member of research, IQAC, and anti-ragging committees. Ma'am has also been reviewer for national journals, presenter at national and international conferences, holds copyrights, published books, chapters, and papers in reputed journals. Ma'am has organized and led national, international, and state level workshop, resource person for top universities across India, finalist in Gujarat Government Hackathon 2022. Ma'am had also been former nurse lecturer at KPG University, Malaysia, involved in franchise teaching programs of UK, Australia, and Middle Eastern exchange programs. Ma'am has also been a BLS trainer for Bangladesh government nurses, TOT certified in simulation by INC. I would now like to request our respected principal, ma'am, for a keynote address. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Freya. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Good
thank
morning.
you. Good morning, madam. Good morning to all esteemed guests, faculty members, researchers, scholars, and participants from across the nation. I welcome you all for this national level e-workshop. It's a great honor and privilege to deliver the keynote address for this national level e-workshop on advanced AI tools for nursing research and IPR patent filing. In a time when a healthcare is rapidly involving coverage of nursing in artificial intelligence, it's a great time to learn all the variety of tools in AI, and it's immense opportunity to reshape the way we conduct and apply and protect our research. Today we are going to discuss, there are a few topics with the immense, there are experienced speakers are going to discuss few topics. One is a transformative power of AI in research and ethics and various tools in AI. Hope you all know very well, this is nowadays, it make our work very easy, and it's very helpful in our research areas. And these are the areas make us to helpful in this research way. It's helpful in technologies. We must commit to responsible in innovations. Some of the AI tools like ChatGPT, Elicit, and Research Rabbit are helpful to generate our newer hypothesis, and as well summarize the findings, even identify the research gaps. And please attend the session and utilize various AI tools, how we can use these tools to do our research works, and as well find this, relevant content. And as well, the second speaker is going to speak about academic writing and content by using this ChatGPT. Today, this ChatGPT is a milestone AI model, and it's transformative in writing the compensations, and as well it is structuring our articles, refine our language, and even developing the grant proposals also. Among all the research process, the main hectic one is the literature review. So this ChatGPT and as well AI tools helpful for us to make a very easily search the relevant content and as well relevant information in our research areas. So it makes our work very easy, and it's very helpful to relate it to our studies. Especially it is helpful in summarize the articles and as well prioritize the most relevant content and articles. I hope it is very useful for the research scholars and those who are newer, and they are very innovative people in these areas. And secondly, we are going to discuss about how to maintain the citations and as well reference area. So these are the areas we have academically well sound researchers and speakers are going to involve in these areas, which is helpful for us to find the citations, and as well it's ethically how we can protect and how we can sort out all these integrity and legacy based issues and all. As well, there are another topic is research compilation and management. Yes, it's a long-term research project such as PhD thesis or institutional reviews or any accident can serve as a digital second bond by using all this updated every insights can be. It is a quite revolution in how we can manage this academic complexity. And finally, today we are going to discuss with our one of the eminent speaker regarding this patent filing process and protecting our innovation nursing. Yes, of course, in this current research in nursing and other areas, we have to file the patent, and as well we have to express to the world to say that which are the areas we are eminent and we can do the innovations, and what are the newer things exist in nursing, especially in nursing research. It is helpful for the researchers, scholars, and as well students. These are the workshops are very critical in raising awareness among intersection of research and innovation and legal protections. So these are the things we are going to discuss today. I hope it will be a useful session for all the persons, those who joined in this workshop. As we embark on this enlightening journey, please, I request everyone to learn there are various tools for the purposeful use, only use this AI tools, and as well with the help of ChatGPT and other tools, we can get a lot of contents. There are a number of students completely using this content and they are submitting. Please make sure that there are tools are available to find whether it's a original or it's copied from this AI funded tools and all. So ethically, which are the areas we have to protect it, you must be aware of it. And above all, keep the ethos of nursing and compassion and care and commitment. Innovative and protective way of innovations. Use this technology for the purposeful areas only. So with that note, thank you once again for this opportunity to speak. Let this workshop not just be a training session, but it must be a new era and new information. It will be helpful for your newer journey in the research. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Attending group में जो है, चश्मा पहनो.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for delivering such an insightful and thought-provoking keynote address. Your keynote address have truly set the tone for today's workshop. Now, moving ahead, let us now delve onto our session on the transformative power of AI in research, ethical implication of AI usage, exploring leading AI tools, paper digest, and co-pilot by Mr. Harish Devjani, sir. Sir is a mechanical engineer and PhD scholar with over 6 years of academic experience. Sir is currently working on fault diagnosis of rotating machines using works, Siemens Annex, and certifications in PTC, CREO 2.0, and MedLab, Vanderbilt University. Event coordination and entrepreneurship development. Sir is an advocate for ethical AI in research, focusing on adopting and promoting advanced AI tools to enhance research productivity and innovation. Now I request Sir to please continue with the sessions. Over to you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such a wonderful introduction. I'll just try to share my screen. Okay, please, can you confirm if my screen is clearly visible or not?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, perfect. Great. So, first of all, I would like to welcome you all on this such a great e-workshop. I was looking for it as you can see the entire session is lined up with so much of exciting information and great sessions throughout the day. And I'm going to cover a little bit part of it, though this part doesn't define what AI can do for research. It's just the beginning. AI has a lot more capabilities of how it can help us in research. As correctly quoted during the keynote address, we had to be very mindful of how we are going to use these AI tools and how ethical research can be carried out. So I'll be covering that topic as well. So let's start with the session without having much of the delays. But I would like to make this session more of interactive rather than making it, one-side conversation. So I'd like to start with a simple question to all of you. Have you used any AI tools before? If yes, what all tools you have used? Like if you're free to write down in the chat box, I have the access to chat box, so I'll be able to see all your messages. I see there are a lot of tools available. Okay, great. Meta. Ma'am has already discussed about ChatGPT. It has become I know an important part of our life nowadays. Like Copilot. Okay, great. Perplexity. Great. Fine. So we have a range of tools that have been covered and that you have already used and you are already aware of. Uh, the thing is, when we are using these AI tools, we have to understand what they are made up of and how they are actually working to increase our efficiency in such a way that we can use them to the maximum productivity, to enhance our productivity to the maximum level. I think there is some construction going on in the background, so you have to bear with me to this annoying sound, but it won't disturb much. I'll just continue with the session. I hope I'm clearly audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay, thank you so much. So, since you already have been through a lot of tools, I think this will be a good start to understand how AI is working and what things you can keep in mind while using the AI. So, I'll start with the very basic fundamentals, which I think will be a good foundation for today's session throughout the day. So, let's start with the very basic thing. What is going to be the agenda for today. We are going to understand about how AI is impacting the research, what all things it can do, what are these capabilities. So this particular part is going to be a little bit of theoretical and it might bore you a little bit, but you have to bear with me. Then we'll also talk about ethical considerations of AI use, how best we can use AI in most ethical way. What are the things that we are supposed to keep in mind while using AI for research. And at the end, we'll also have some hands-on experience with AI tools, specifically for literature review part, as it was quoted that the most difficult part in any of the research process is the literature review. Right? It takes most of the time and the effort, and we'll see how we can streamline it properly using the available AI tools. So basically, what is AI? How do we define AI? In a very simple word, in a very basic definition, though bookish definition may vary across several sources, but we can define AI as the ability of the machine to perform tasks that require human intelligence. So we are providing artificial intelligence to the machines. It includes learning, it includes reasoning, problem solving. In fact, understanding the language also, the how we are conversing with the machines. So how a machine is going to do that? For that, we train the machine with a lots and lots of data. Now, this is the first thing that we should keep in our mind while using any of the AI tools. The output that AI tool is going to give us is totally dependent on the data which we are going to give into the AI tool. Now, what does this actually means is you may say like in ChatGPT, what kind of data we are giving? We are just writing the prompts and it is giving us an answer. Earlier, Google used to do that, right? Now we have these conversational tools. Actually, the AI tool Actually, these AI tools have been trained based on the data which is available online, right? Mostly the open source data. So again, that is data which is given as an input to AI tool. If we are supposed to get the maximum output from AI, we have to give additional data to this AI tool so that we can get a good output out of it. How to do that? That we will discuss in this session in the coming few slides. Now, when I talk about AI, there are multiple things, or I would say there are multiple points that comes under AI, though it is not a part of today's session, but I would like to give a brief overview of what this AI is actually made up of, or what are the subsets of this AI. So, first of all, there is one thing which is running in the market. I'll start with that part only. And not to forget about my own research. My own research is being carried out in machine learning. So yes, one of the subset of AI is machine learning. Also known as ML. Now, machine learning is where we give data to the machine. We ask the machine to identify the patterns from that data and learn itself. It's like teaching a 4-year toddler, a 4-year child, how to behave in public. So what we'll do is we'll tell the child what are the good things, how to behave, what are the bad things. We'll tell them, and with the experience, the child will learn, and as he grows. It's the same thing with AI. We tell AI with all the informations that we have, and then we expect it to perform or give us the answer based on the information using which we have trained the tool. The second thing which is learning in the market is deep learning, which is a step ahead of machine learning. So deep learning, I won't go much deeper into deep learning or what it is, but I'll give you a brief overview or actually the gist of the entire analysis. Deep learning is used for time domain data, the data which is varying with respect to time. So it may be with respect to seconds, it may be with respect to hours or maybe years. So if I have a data of last 20 years and if I want to analyze those data, it can be better done with the help of deep learning. Machine learning is mostly used for classification purpose. And one thing which is running in the market, specifically after the birth of ChatGPT, is NLP, natural language processing. Right. So these are the conversational tool, starting with ChatGPT back in December 2021, when ChatGPT came into the market. And within 5 days of its launch, it became the most widely used tool all over the world. Oh, I think someone is annotating. Okay, anyways. Okay, so
Please wait, sir. We'll do it.
yes. It's done. Yeah. So I was saying, yeah. So with machine learning, with deep learning, lot of things have come into market, and with NLP, what NLP has done is it has made the conversation easier. Now we can talk with a lot of AI tools in a way that they can understand our language very easily and respond accordingly. But the crack over here is whatever we are expecting out of AI tools, we have to be very mindful of what input we are giving as an AI, as a person who is giving the prompts. Right. So in my session, all throughout the day, like specifically this particular session, I'm going to talk about this particular thing multiple times, like what kind of input we are going to give to AI to generate the maximum output. Right. Let's move on to the next slide. So how does AI learn from the data and improves over time? Like as I told you, it's a thing wherein we are teaching a toddler. So how we are doing that? So the first step, it starts with data collection. So we give a lot of data. We give a lot of data to AI. I'll just give you no, as we are discussing the day before, I was discussing with one of the expert, and we came to this conclusion, which is an interesting conclusion. If you'd like to note, is data. What kind of data? Right. So when we talk about ChatGPT, when we talk about Perplexity or Copilot or any of the tool, what kind of data is being used to train these models? This is something which we had to be very mindful of. See, all these tools, they can use the data which is available online. They cannot go for the data which is not available online. And that too, the data which is with open access, which is under Creative Commons license. So if you are thinking that ChatGPT is going to help you find the papers from internet, it won't help you to find a paper which is of good impact factor, which is of good research journal, unless it is available as an open access. Right. And open access papers, you will find all the resources which are open accessible. You'll find the resources such as Wikipedia, which is not at all a reliable resources, because even I can edit the content of Wikipedia. So this is the thing, if you keep this thing back in your mind, you will be very well understanding what are the limitations of this AI tool. Right. Nonetheless, I'll be telling you the strength as well by the end of the session. So don't worry, I'm not going to just criticize the AI tools throughout the session. But yes, I am going to tell you the limitations first, then we'll see the capabilities so that we can comprehend what all things this AI tool can do. So yes, data collection is the first part, and we have to be very well aware of what kind of data we are actually collecting, or these AI tools are actually collecting. Using that data, the model is trained. Now, this is a part there. We have AI algorithms, we have machine learning algorithms, which it works. So we don't have to worry about it because all the things are being done by the computer science engineers, and they're working very hard to train the models. Now, as these models are trained, they give input, they give output, and they learn and improve based on that outputs. Right. So let's say if you are starting a conversation in ChatGPT, you're asking question, ChatGPT will give answer. Then you ask a counter question. So what it do is it learns from your counter question, and then it tries to improve the answer that it is getting. And then this thing is being adapted to real world. So this is a simple fact how the AI is learning over from the data. But my question always pertains to the part, like how we are carrying out this stage, the data collection stage, because this is the most important thing. If your data is incorrect, whatever output you are expecting out of these AI tools, this is not going to be very good, right? Okay. So with this context, what all capabilities this AI has or tools has, like what all things we can do. So this is the last slide for my theory, I would say. Then I'll come back to the actual content. But I had to take this to, develop a base of fundamentals of what we are doing. So yes, what are capabilities do we have out of this is, first of all, is text processing. So how text processing works, we have large chunks of data in terms of written content. So you may have a book, right, maybe of 200, 300 words. We'll see how that actually helps. We can have a journal. We can have a journal of journal papers, maybe 20, 25 words, which are supposed to read. We can have articles, summaries, and a lot of things, which are in written format, right? So if we are going to read that, it will take a lot of time, right? Because as a human being, we certainly had certain speed, right? At max, we can go for 4 words per second. That is how our mind processes the words. But these capabilities can be enhanced using AI tools. So we can go for up to 100 words per second using these AI tools, so that we can just summarize the entire content or find out what exactly we are searching for. Right. So that is about text processing. We can even ask this AI tools to go through the entire text and tell us the things which are important for us. Right. Then comes the second part, that is summarization. Now, in terms of summarization, it can see once it is learning from the text, it can obviously summarize the entire text, give you a brief summary of what all things which are being covered in the text, and okay, and what are the meanings that you can get out of it. So maybe it's like summarizing, it's not good to summarize a book, but I can ask it to summarize a journal paper, and that we will see in the example, in the coming example, right? Journal papers. So if I have a 20-page journal papers, and if I want to carry out a literature review for let's say hundreds of such papers, I can show you the example of that. You can do it very easily in less than maybe 2 days or 3 days. Now think of reading 100 papers in 3 days. It would have been an impossible task for any of the researcher to do it without AI tools, right? Again, what are the limitations we had to keep in mind, right? So that I will be talking about also. Then it can do a prediction. Now, what kind of prediction I'm talking about is trend analysis. So let's say if I have maybe I have a list of 100 papers. If I'm reviewing 100 papers. Okay, so how I can identify what is the trend over maybe last 10 years or last 5 years? What are the coming research? Research is over last 5 years. Right. So that is how it can predict. AI tools can help us predict that part. It can analyze what are the things which are missing and how they are addressed over time and what is the research gap right now. So as correctly mentioned earlier, that AI tools can be used to find out research gaps. It can be used to find develop hypothesis. Then it can also be used for automation, though it is not a part of this session that we are covering right now. But yes, it can also be used for automation, where it will be automatically doing things for us, like scheduling, like carrying out a lot of things, a lot of tasks. It can do it automatically. Right. So with this note, I'll just ask another question from all of you before we start with one of the demonstration. What is the most consuming part of a research process? Like you all, I think you're from academic background or research background. So I just want to know, like, if you have ever been to these stages, what do you think is the most time consuming part?
Yes, sir. Literature review.
Yeah, indeed, the literature review, right? So we start with the literature review always, and then we have to do the analysis. We need to find out research gap. We have to write papers, manage the references. We have to analyze the data, report and presentation design. All things are there. But the most time-consuming part, I hope you will agree, is going to be the literature review. To find out good papers, to understand whether the papers are going to be good, and how they are actually related to my topic, and all those things. So considering that, in fact, for me also it's literature review, so I won't be saying that I'm something different. Yes, literature review is the most difficult part for me. It had been the most difficult part for me to be to be updated about what the current research is. Okay, so okay, with this note, what I'll do is I'll just share you one of the tools which can be used to make my literature review process very easy. So let's start with the very first tool for the session, that is Paper Digest. Now, Paper Digest, it comes up with a freemium model. Free plus premium model. Okay, so what I am going to discuss for the session right now, it's going to be the free part. If you're interested, you can buy premium or you can work with the free model. It has certain limitations of, I think, 4 to 5 searches per day, but I think that would be enough, as I'll show you the demonstration. You will understand that 4 to 5 searches are more than enough for a day to find out all the papers that are related to your field. Right. How Piper Digest can help? It can help you in finding out papers, finding out good research papers, at least to start a research. I won't say it's just for like you can carry out the entire literature review, but you can start the research using Paper Digest. So if you are interested in certain topic, then you can identify what all things are being done in that topic and what are the limitations right now from different papers, and then you can proceed further to see whether it can be applied to another fields, or how you can carry out your work related to that particular field. So let's try to cut this short, and I'll just show you how this Paper Digest work, so that you get more idea out of it. So I'll just share my screen once again. So I hope my screen. Okay, let me share it. Let me share both the screens so that it will be easier for this and this. Okay. Yes. So I'll just go through this and I'll search the tool. The name of the tool is Explain Paper. I have searched it earlier, so you can see I do have this link, but you can simply search Explain Paper over here. And the first result that you're going to get is something like this. You just need to click on the first link and you'll get an interface of Explain Paper, something like this. Right now, my account, yes, my account is already there. I'll just log it out. Okay, so yes, this is the starting dashboard. Yes, okay. So this is starting dashboard and it's the fastest way as it says. Sorry, I went to Explain Paper. I have to go to Paper Digest. My bad. Okay, I'll go to Paper Digest. I just confused. I got confused. Yes, Paper Digest. This is the tool or the interface of the tool of Paper Digest. And the best part of this is I don't have to log in. So there is no need to log in unless you want to increase the number of searches that you want to do in the entire day. This tool is free. Again, as I told you, this is a premium model, free plus premium. So it also comes up with the premium part. But for our purpose, we can use it for free, right? It can give me a lot of information for free. So how does this work? As of now, I have went for this part of literature review. Also, it comes up with other modules as well. So I'll show you what are the other models of Paper Digest. Okay. So it can work as a literature review module, or it also has an academic writer module where I can actually write the content based on research. But this is not preferred. The reason I'll tell you later on in the session. So I'll start with the literature review part and I'll try to just open up the window which I opened earlier again. Now, what this literature review can do, what capabilities it does have is, first of all, I'll just show you all the the options it has, and then I'll tell you how it works. So it allows me to select my areas, like what actually is going to be my area. I can go for anything, or I can search for all areas in common. So let's say if I keep it to health, then I had to ask it to write a review, right? What are the on what topic I'm going to have a review. So I would like to ask the audience to please drop a good topic in the chat box so that we can use the same topic over here and I can give you a real time demo. It's any research topic. Yes, anyone who can drop their research topic in the chat box, that would be really great. Okay, so I got two topics, three actually, but I'll just take one topic as of now. Then second one I'll cover in the next part. Okay, I'm getting a lot more. So let's keep it simple. How AI is impacting on nursing profession, or what is the impact of AI? I'll just rephrase it. Impact of AI on nursing profession. Right. This is a broad topic. We can specify it. Obviously, there are a lot more specific topic as well in the chat box. But just for the sake of understanding, I'll keep the topic here. We have the search button, but before the search button, I also have to define whether I want a review or whether I want a research paper. Right. I can select that. What kind of resources I want? I want papers. Yes. Yes. What kind of okay, if I select research, then I have limited options. But if I go for review, I have a lot of options. So I can go for papers, I can go for patents, grants, clinical trials, or experts. All these things I can search for. Then I can select the time as well. Whether I want it from any time in the past, I want from past 5 years, I want from past years, and we can select, there are a lot of options for time and language also. We can have different languages over here, but obviously we would prefer it in English only. So I'll just take this and I'll just paste it over here. This impact of AI on nursing profession. Okay, and let me search it. I'll go for review. I want papers from last, let's say, 5 years, because AI has been, running too prominently since last 5 years only after COVID. And I'll select this language to be auto, and I'll search for it. Now, as soon as I click on search, it will take maybe 5 or 10 seconds, and it will try to find out what are the good researches for this particular topic. And you can see it has given me topics like this, right? And like artificial. So I can just simply right click and I can open it in new tab, and we can see it's being directed to the paper. I think there is some issue. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir, but only white.
I think there is some technical glitch.
Sorry, everyone. Actually, there's some technical glitch. I request everyone to please stay tuned. We'll be reaching you soon.
I did got the paper now. I think my screen is clearly visible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay, thank you so much. So let me go to this part. Yes, artificial intelligence in nursing, priorities and opportunities. So the paper that I was searching for, I just clicked on the link, as you can see, and I was directed over here directly to this paper. Now, this paper is not something what ChatGPT gives you. I'll tell you how, because the paper that you're going to get from ChatGPT, mostly it is not like it would be like you won't be able to access that paper, or even that paper might not even exist. Unlike what paper digest is giving you, it is giving you a paper which is actually there. It is also giving you uh, the abstract of that paper, and then they have certain features like I can paraphrase the content out of it. I can questionify, like I can ask questions. I can wikify, I can simplify it, I can summarize it. There are options like this. Right. So we can use it. In fact, if I don't want to just use paper digest and I want to go to original site of this paper, we can do that as well. Right. So that to understand what is the source of this paper. So it has given me a DOI link in on the top if you see. And as I click on this, the title of this paper, it will direct me to the. Okay, so you can see over here, I got the exact paper with the DOI link, right, of where this reference has been, what are the authors, the entire paper. Now, the only thing or the only glitch or the only drawback that I see over here as a researcher is this is an open access paper. Now, you may ask me what is the issue with the open access paper. So I'll just summarize it with a quick short thing that I have observed about this open access paper is most of the open access journal, they charge you for publishing. So they'll take certain amount and they'll publish it online. They don't have, many of the journals do have, I won't say all the journals, but most of the journals, they don't have a peer review network. So they don't review the papers properly. That basically means the content that you're getting out of this paper may not be reviewed properly. So it's content which may not have much relevance to be used for research. Right? That is an important part to understand. That is a very important part to understand. Anyways, what you can get out of here is you can get some recent research. So you see, I have selected past 5 years and I got the paper of past 5 years. Even I can select for past 1 year and search this topic. Right. Then I'll be getting the paper which are published in last 1 year. So you can see this paper is uh, published in 2024. Right. So this kind of thing can help me understand what is actually going on in the in the field of research, and I can again go and see whether this paper is actually available or not. So I see it is free full text available. Now this is one common observation that I have made that all the papers that we are getting out of this AI tools, they are freely available. If you find this paper is good, if I find this paper is helping you out in you know in combining a lot of things or in creating a fundamentals for a research, you can go for these kind of papers. If not, then you had to go and search for a reliable site where you can find out good papers. But nevertheless, you can start with this part. Another important feature of this paper digest is it gives you a good review, right? It gives you a good review like this. So whatever topic I have given, like impact of AI on nursing, it has actually summarized the entire topic, right, with in-text citations of where this sentence has been taken from, and also the topic, what actually means, giving you all the basic definitions. So this summary, the entire summary has been created out of this whole list of 10 papers, as you can see. So you have these papers ready with you, you have a summary ready with you, and that is how what I feel paper digest is very good to start any of the research, right? To talk about any of the topic, let's say I'll just make it a little bit more interesting with another topic. And let me see what the research has to say in past 5 years to understand the role of AI in maternity care. Now, this is, see, as I became much specific about the topic, it has given me a very good, conclusion that literature search does not result great matches. That's why web search results are included. And that is where human beings comes into picture, right? I cannot rely on AI tools completely. So what it has done is it started searching for the topic of maternity and the role of AI in maternity care. It found one of the research in 2025, which was somehow related. The rest, it has taken websites, different websites. Now, this is where you cannot rely on these websites because, anyone can make website and anyone can put content on these websites. So I'll just show you with the help of an example what kind of website it is pointing to. Okay, this is a paper, say journals. Okay, no, this is a paper. Yes, this one. So this is certain blog by some of the company in UK, and it is using this blog to write down the paper summary or the literature review, which again it's not a trusted source because anyone can write blogs. So whatever you are writing or what you are getting out of this, as a human being, as a researcher, it's my duty to cross check whether the resource that I am using is going to be correct or not. And these are the capabilities of paper digest. You can search any of the papers and you can find out review papers. I'll also show you some other things which are interesting about this. So I can find out patents on this topic of progressive muscle relaxation technique. So over here you can see it has helped me in finding 10 papers on what are the different ways of progressive muscle relaxation techniques. So again, as you can see, this is quite an interesting fact because searching patent again takes a lot of time. And if you can get patents like this, it is going to reduce the time of research to a great level, even for the research papers. Similarly, you can go for clinical trials as well. This is quite useful for people in nursing, right? So what are the different techniques and what are the trials which have been carried out? It has given you the paper, the year of the paper, and as well as the impact factor of this paper. So I won't say all the papers which are here are there of no use. Then we need to understand, we need to go through the papers and identify how much they are useful. Right. With that note, I'll just come back to my presentation. And this was a demonstration of Paper Digest, where we can find out good research papers easily and how identify what papers are related to my topic. I can get a summary of the entire, let's say 10, 20 papers that it has helped me in searching. And I can also, it can also point to research gaps. So if I can show you how. Okay, no, it has not mentioned the research gap over here. But yes, it can give you a summary of all the work that has been done. Right. On that note, let's move on to the next slide about reviewing and summarizing research papers. So there are different ways of reviewing and summarizing the research papers. Most commonly, we do it traditional way, and now we are doing it using AI-assisted literature review. What are the fundamental differences? I'll just point it out before ending my session for right now, and then continuing with the rest of the part in the next session. So the traditional way, if you remember, the traditional way, we read the papers. We had maybe thousands of papers. We read them manually. So it took, for me, it took at least 2 days or 3 days to read one complete paper, understand it properly, like to understand the meaning of that paper, and then get something useful out of it for my research. With practice, I have reduced that to 1 day. So 1 day per paper. So I can read the entire paper in 1 day, get the meaning out of it, identify the research gap, and use it for my research after understanding all the things what are there. So that is a traditional method. then we have to write down the summaries. Right. So I used to write it down, like what are the topics which are important in a particular paper, how it can help me, what are the research gap, what is the important contribution of a particular paper to the research. How this has changed with AI assisted literature review. Now, with this, I can find out the paper easily, as I shown you using Paper Digest. I can even read or understand the paper very easily. So with the next tool, we will be checking it out how to do that. But I can, you know, carry out the literature review or understand the paper very easily using AI tools. So maybe by using this AI tool, I'll just quote my example. I increased my speed to 6 to 7 papers per day, which I used to do at 1 paper per day after getting so much of experience. So right now I can read at a speed of 6 to 7 papers one day using this AI tools, because it can help me in pointing out the exact thing I'm looking for in a paper. And that is the best part of AI tools. Right. And then no, it can help you in write the summaries. It can help you in finding out the research gaps, which earlier we had to do it manually. And it also helps in pointing out where the trend is going, the research trend is going. That is an important part, because whenever we are taking a research, we need to understand what has happened in the past and what are the research gaps. So this is where it can come into picture. Now, what I'll do is I'll just give you a brief overview of the tool that we are going to use next, and then I'll end up the session. So the tool that we are going to use next is Copilot. Now, I hope you all might have heard about it, and mostly you have also used Copilot, but I'll be telling you how to use Copilot in a little bit different way. So I'll just take 2 more minutes, 2 extra minutes for this presentation, and then I'll end up the session. I'll wrap it up. So I'll just share my screen and show you how this Copilot works. But for Copilot, I'll just take for my understanding only, I'll just go to papers, search papers. And I'll take one of the paper. See, this is how I used Copilot, because I found it very useful in such way in carrying out the literature review. So I shared, or I've already shared you how to find out research papers using Paper Digest. I already have this. I'll just download it in PDF format. Okay. I'll save it. So I have paper in my library, and over here, I'll just upload this paper. Okay, so I have the paper with Copilot. Now, instead of carrying out the entire review manually, I can ask Copilot to provide me good review. So I can ask Copilot to write the summary of the paper, highlighting the let's say methodology used. Then I'll also talk about the findings. Then results is there. Then I'll go for research gap. And I will try to make it concise. I'll say in 250 words. Right. And let's see what it has to do. So see, now instead of reading the entire paper, I get everything. I got the study. What is the main purpose of the study? The impact of progressive muscle relaxation on stress reduction. The methodology it has given me. The finding it has given me. The research gap is also there. That there is like exploration of long-term effects and potential various across diverse demographics. Then broader applications across different cultural settings and reproductive healthcare facilities remains unexamined. The sustained psychological outcomes can be examined. PMR with alternative therapies can be examined, and impact on fertility treatment success can be examined. Okay, so in this way, instead of reading the entire paper, I got the gist of this paper. Now I can move forward with understanding whether this paper is actually important for me or not. But one interesting thing that I would point out over here, for which I prefer Copilot, is this one. So I'll just select this, which I found on a unique. Like stress levels were assessed using Newton's infertility stress questionnaire. I'll ask what are the alternatives for this. So instead of using this, let me see what Copilot has to say. No, okay, it has misunderstood. What are the alternatives ways of measuring stress levels apart from okay. So instead of using simply Newton's infertility stress questionnaire, we can have perceived stress scale, Cohen's stress indication, and then there are a lot of results it has given along with the link how they are being used. Okay, so this is where I can increase the breadth of my studies. I can increase the width of my studies by exploring different testing. So I do have the paper. I went through the paper. I identified the method using Copilot, and then I asked Copilot to come up with a variety of methods that can be used. Now, using this, I can create an entirely new study, which is based on the fundamental of that study only, but a little bit modified to carry out the effectiveness, whether that study is actually no giving a good result, and how the result vary when we change the method of assessing the test. Right. So this will give me an entire new perspective. So on this note, I will end up the session right now. I think I had taken 5 minutes extra itself, but yes, we'll continue in the next part of the session after lunch, and post lunch we'll start with Copilot again, and then I'll cover the rest of the things and the ethics related to AI and Zotero as well. So now I'll just open up for if there is any questions. I'm happy to answer that. If there are no questions, I think we can end up the session, wrap up the session right now. I would love to see you all after lunch. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful and thought-provoking session on the transformative power of AI in research, ethical implications, and leading AI tools, Paper Digest and Copilot. Your expertise has deepened our understanding on how AI is reshaping research practices while highlighting the importance of responsible and ethical usage. We truly appreciate your time and valuable contributions to this e-workshop. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our next distinguished speaker for today's session on AI tools for smarter literature searches by Dr. Chintan J. Ondiyasar, who is a renowned expert in the field of research technology and artificial intelligence with extensive experience in applying innovative tools to enhance academic efficiency. Sir is a professor in pharmaceutics at Sumandeep Vidyapeeth with 15 years of experience in teaching and research, specializing in drug delivery and computer-aided drug design. Sir has published 75 plus research papers and 30 plus book chapters and has 1 patent and 6 design patents, showcasing his strong academic intellectual contributions. Sir has actively participated in 50 plus seminars, workshops, conferences, and FTPs, and is a recipient of the Best Young Researcher Award by Association of Pharmacy Professionals. Sir is a life member of APT APTI, APP, and other academic bodies, and regularly contributes as a reviewer for reputed scientific journals. I now request Sir to please take on for his session. Over to you, sir.
Audio is clear from my side?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll just share the screen.
Yes, sir.
Is my screen visible?
Not yet, sir. It is visible now, sir.
Yeah. So, good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Chintan Ondia, Professor, Department of Pharmacy, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University. And I was just having a look at what Harish sir was discussing earlier. In this presentation, I would like to take it even further. And we'll be discussing various AI tools for smarter literature searches. So when I was approached with from the nursing college that for this conference, I was specifically asked that you give us some idea how to proceed with research and how to improve our research quotients. And no better thing in research than to do a proper literature review. Now, our traditional literature review is based on various searches. That is, we go into PubMed, we search some articles, we go into Google Scholar, we search some articles, and so on. Now, with this AI adoption, all these things are becoming much more easier, and you can get a link between these researches. Plus, you can also get an idea how these are connected. You can download citations and put it in your research work. So we'll start with AI tools for smarter literature. Why specifically I wanted to cover this topic is that this is a very true fact that we are drowning in information, but we are starved for knowledge. We have loads and loads of information. You can go visit various sites, you can browse various articles, but still the knowledge quotient does not increase or enhance. And therefore, how to meaningfully transform the information into knowledge, that will be the main goal of today's literature review, AI tools. And so this is one paper which we have recently published in 2025 itself in a Scopus Q2 journal, that is Impact of Artificial Intelligence on Drug Development and Delivery. I am specifically highlighting this paper because whatever preview I will generate of the softwares, I will be using this particular paper. Right, so we will take this paper as the base, and then we will go on to various tools, how they interlink with this paper. Right, so first let us discuss what is the problem or what problem hinders the literature review. So this is the data which I have taken from the internet. 2.5 million articles are published. PubMed alone adds one paper every 2 minutes, and it is very difficult to keep up this thing, especially in interdisciplinary research. And it is not true that more information is equal to more clarity. Rather, it is the opposite. The more information you get, the more confused you become, and therefore it is not equal to more clarity. Okay, now this is a digital survey of the PubMed search which I have done, and I have prepared the graph of these papers. Specifically, I am a non-nursing person. My expertise is in pharmacy. But if you want, I have just put the term nursing on PubMed, and I have got a digital survey. And look at the number, how the number of papers are increasing. 46, 54, 56, 53, 60. And till now, I made this presentation about 2-3 weeks back. It was already 30,775. So the number of papers is constantly increasing, and it becomes very difficult for us to scan through all of these papers. See, these are the papers of only last 5 years or 6 years which I have taken. Therefore, in this comes the use of AI tools. Limitation of traditional literature searches are rigid Boolean queries often result in irrelevant results. Boolean queries refers to and, or, etc. So it does not give you the proper paper. It misses the paper with alternative terminology. It is extremely time consuming to filter, download and organize. And there is lack of semantic understanding. Lack of semantic understanding means what we actually try to write in the paper. For example, it is we try to write, suppose time consuming to filter. Suppose I am taking this word, time consuming to filter. Then actual meaning of semantic is it is connected with the meaning of words and sentences. So if I write impact of artificial intelligence on drug discovery and development, then what happens in the traditional way is that it identifies individual words, that is impact, drug, development, delivery. But in case of semantic understanding, it will take the whole of this sentence and you can get the meaning and pertinent searches related to that word. So these are, for example, lipid-based drug delivery. It misses synonyms like liposomes, SLN, liposomes or solid lipid nanoparticle. It captures the broader literature. It can happen that you get missed papers. For example, if I write these two papers in the PubMed search, then it can happen that we can miss this recent updates on application of lipid-based nanoparticles for site-specific drug delivery. This actually I have done and got the results. So common researcher pain points. Everyone will start. Where do I begin my search? So you always miss papers with alternative terminology. How do I know that this is the most relevant or recent study? Have I missed something important? And what is the trend in this research area? These things will not be answered by our conventional searches. These things will always be highlighted in the searches which we do with the AI tools. And impact on research quality is that poor literature review will lead to weak foundations. Obviously, if your literature review is not proper, weak foundations, you will miss some citations. It can lead to incomplete discussions. It can lead to redundancy in research and slower publication and delayed insights. So all these are the problems which are associated with the literature review, conventional research review, literature review. And we can say that in many cases, search becomes the bottleneck. That means it cannot not pass through this small narrow hole which is there. Okay, for example, if I am searching lipid-based drug delivery, fine, I have searched it. I have searched it in Google Scholar. I have searched it in Science Direct. I have searched it in PubMed. Okay, and it will give you hundreds of articles. You will say that yes, I have got the correct literature review. I have got the correct set of articles. And initially, it will appear comprehensive to each and everyone at first glance. And therefore, we feel confident thinking that we have covered the topic. But as and when we open the papers, you might also have experienced this, that most of the papers are discarded quickly. That means we don't think that this is relevant to our work. Okay, and that is what I meant by that semantics gaps start to show. That is, the search should focus on the full sentence and not the individual words. So this is relevant, differently worded, studies start slipping through. And papers with core relevance use different phasing, missed due to lack of synonym coverage and lost opportunities for high impact insights. And therefore, we often miss critical papers. Critical papers are often needed, discussions are needed, proper conclusions are needed for publishing in high impact journals or even for high impact research. And therefore, this is the importance, that is AI powered tools can bridge the gap using semantic understanding. Okay. This is the most key word, that is semantic understanding. If you do any systematic review, it is high quality, but it is labor intensive. You might have experienced that after whenever you want to write a review article in a good journal, it will take you longer time. It requires comprehensive, unbiased search. You have to screen thousands of abstract, extract data manually from these PDFs, and it takes months of efforts, not even days, months, especially without any automation. And still, comment comes from the reviewers that the literature review is not proper. Therefore, we need a smarter approach. AI can understand research context and relationship. It can rank, summarize, and visualize the literature. It can help both the novice and the expert researchers, and it is not about replacing humans. It is about augmenting them. Therefore, many people think that AI will replace humans. Well, we cannot say that, but in the present scenario, AI cannot replace humans, but it will augment them. That is, it will enhance their work capacity. It will lead to a smarter approach. Okay. And therefore, this saying goes, that is, AI won't replace researchers, but researchers using AI will replace those who don't. So slowly, the transition is going towards AI. Most of the people are embracing the use of AI in research, and it is about time that we also use these tools for the betterment of our works. Okay, so researchers using AI will increase and they will replace those who don't. So AI's core strength is understanding the meaning and not just words. Okay, it uses natural language processing, that is a technical term, to interpret the full sentences. AI is powered by NLP, and it deciphers what you are trying to find and not just what you type. Okay. For example, neuroinflammation in Parkinson's may give you results about microglial activation also. But when you type this in AI, it will give you specific results. So it captures the conceptual similarity. It identifies implicit relationship between the research topics, and it learns from the user behavior to refine relevance. So these are all the advantages of AI. And these are some of I have gone into slightly more detail into the various types of AI to to cover slight more theory. That is, you should understand what are the basics of this AI. There are transformer models, that is, it understands language, summarizes text, and interprets the meaning in sentences. There are graph-based models, that is, it gives you map citation, co-authorship networks. Graph models show how paper can relate through citations. There are recommendation engines. That is, it adapts to your reading habits, suggesting papers you didn't know existed. And clustering algorithms. That is, it groups papers by topic or theme. So you see all these models are integrated in such a way that they cover each and every part. See, it understands your language. These are the transformer models. Then it will give you co-authorship networks, or it will give you a map citation. Then it can recommend engines. It can give you papers which you don't know even existed. And finally, it can even group papers by topic or theme. So these are the types of AI models which are used in various AI based softwares. Okay. And we will be covering 5 AI tools in this presentation or in this session. That is, first is Research Rabbit, Connected Papers, Semantic Scholar, Cite AI, and Elicit. Some of them are absolutely free to use. Some of them are, there are limited free things which you can do. For other things, you will have to purchase. But even the free tools, they are quite good in their performance. Okay, so first let us understand about Research Rabbit. It has been frequently discussed in many conferences also, Research Rabbit, and it is quite a good AI tool. How does it work? Let us discuss how it functions. So it starts with a seed paper or an author. For example, if I write the name of a paper, they will ask you any paper, it will ask you an author. And then it maps the related works via co-citation, themes, and trends. And clusters papers visually, that is, you can see connections you can't search for, and it suggests newer or less cited but highly relevant papers. So in many search engines also there are chances that you may not get less cited papers. Sometimes the less cited papers are also highly relevant papers. So main concept is that you input one paper, Research Rabbit builds a whole network. Okay, so only type the name of a paper, type the name of an author, you will get a whole big network of citations. You will get a shared conceptual theme. Okay, it does not rely just on frequency or recency, but it will but on relationship strength across paper, and it also evolves suggestions as you interact with it. Okay, so for example, I won't be able to demonstrate the entire Research Rabbit tool. That is, if I try to demonstrate, it will take a whole lot of time. But this is usually the interface of a Research Rabbit tool. That is, what I have done is, I have first, it has asked me to write the name of a paper. So I have written the name, Impact of Artificial Intelligence on Drug Development and Delivery. Right now, here there are tabs. You can make your own tabs, that is new collection, new category. You can even connect to Zotero if you are using that as your reference manager. I have made a small uncategorized connection, that is AI paper. So I have simply used AI paper. There are about 11 papers in that. And now these, what are given to me are the various papers which I have entered inside this. And look at the number of suggestions it is giving me. Similar work is 3164. So just from entering these 11 papers, it has given me this many papers. Earlier work 22, later work 26. It has even given me the authors, that is what the authors are publishing at present, that is 65 papers are published. Suggested authors, that is, it is even mapping the co-authors with the other authors, and it is telling that there are 487 co-authors you can suggest. You can even export papers, and you can even use these links for downloading the citations in case you are using any reference manager. And see, these are the similar work again. Now, they are also giving you connections. That is, these papers, you can zoom in and zoom out of this, and they are giving you the papers based on the network and timeline. You can filter it according to your requirement, first author and last author. Right. So these are the ones, that is 2021 paper. These are the names of the authors. 2023, 2019, 2023. So the green ones, then you have the blue ones. So they also classify this based on how recently it is published or what is the relevance. So if the relevance is less, the size of this dots will also, of the circles will also decrease. So it is very simple. You have to just go to the site of Research Rabbit. You have to put in the name of 2 or 3 papers and you will get this whole thing. You can scroll along this, you can get your paper. When you click on this, you will get the even the links for downloading the references from the citation manager. Okay. You can even add collaborators to it. You can even add a shareable link. If you add more papers, you will even get the more works in this field. So it is up to you how much papers you want to add. In only 11 papers, I have got this many suggestions. Okay, so that is what we discussed. That is, what are the key features of Research Rabbit? There is an interactive visual graph of literature, track author networks and co-authorship trends, get alerts on new papers relevant to your field. You can save collections and annotate as you go, and no strict keyword dependency. You can browse through various articles. So the main game changer is the visual interface, which we just discussed. Instead of scrolling through hundreds of search results, you can navigate through clusters. The circles which we were discussing, those are called clusters, that can be papers, authors, topics, etc. Plus you can bookmark, share, and even export the references. When to use Research Rabbits? Ideally, you can use it anywhere, but at what point in your workflow do you use it? Use it at ideation stage to understand the literature landscape. During writing, you can identify emerging or undercited study. Helps in grant writing and justifying novelty, and ideal for cross-disciplinary exploration. Now, this is the second one, that is elicit. It is the AI assistant for scientific reasoning. Okay, it answers research questions using data from scientific paper. It is designed for evidence-based reasoning, and it is ideal for systematic reviews, conceptual classification, and meta-analysis. So how does this work? You just write one input, that is natural language research question. Does curcumin reduce neuroinflammation? Only this simple thing. And what you get is, the output is, you get abstract, you get interventions, you get outcomes, and you get sample size populations. So for example, I have written the same thing in elicit, that is role of artificial intelligence in drug design and discovery. So it is giving me top 4 papers, but as I scroll below this, I have just taken a screenshot, so it will not be visible to you. It will give you many other papers also. You can add or filter according to your requirement. You can even add one more paper which is linked to it, and in this step, that is add a new step. And when you go down, you can get all the various researches. Therefore, what we discuss is that it is ideal for systematic reviews and meta-analysis. Meta-analysis mostly requires you to do an analysis across a cross section of studies. Therefore, meta-analysis is very well done in this. This software is a freemium software, that is, it is partially free. But if you want its more advanced features, then you will have to go to the upgrade button. Other uses of elicit in research is generate research hypotheses or questions, extract definitions or conceptual explanations, find contrasting viewpoints or limitations, and draft initial summaries or evidence tables. So again, these are the strengths and limitations of elicit. Saves time. It is usually used for early stage reviews and intuitive interface, but its limitation is that it is limited to open access databases only. It may miss the latest articles if not yet indexed. So indexation is a big factor in this. And you need to verify the summaries. Summaries need human verification. So there can be some errors in the summaries which are generated, or some important points may be removed. You need to verify it using we need to verify it using our verification. But all in all, it is still great, very good for early stage reviews. You can get a quick glance at what the papers are in this field. Third one is connected papers. Connected papers is a free visual tool to explore academic paper relation. In again, this same as the research rabbit, you build a graph of related papers around a seed paper. And again, what is the key point is that this will focus on similarity of content and not just any citation. It is ideal for building context around a research area. How does it work? It uses co-citation. It uses bibliographic coupling. That is, bibliographic coupling means interlinking of two bibliographic elements or two papers. It builds a graph of related papers around a seed paper. It creates a graphical layout of papers showing thematic closeness and highlights foundational, recent, and derivative papers. Okay, now see, these are again the graph of the connected papers. This is again a screenshot which I have prepared. Again, I have written impact of artificial intelligence on drug development and delivery. Right. So this is my paper, that is which is highlighted here. And the nodes are the paper. Okay. Size is the citation impact. So you can see this is my paper has about already it has about 15 citations. So it is it has moderate impact as of now. This one in 2020, it has been published earlier 2023, so it will have more impact. The edges represent the conceptual similarity. So these are the conceptual similarities. That is, all these edges which is there, these are almost the same, but the distance represents the degree of thematic closeness. That is, you can see there is a cluster here, right? So these papers will have close similarity. This paper will have close similarity. This paper will have close similarity. And some of these papers which are along with me, they have slightly same similarities, but the similarities is still not much. Therefore, it means that there is still scope of work to, there is a lot of scope to be pursued in doing this work, right? So you can get this idea also. You can see that the abstract is also given. Okay, this is from 2024. This was ahead of print in 2024, and at that time there were 6 citations. It has been published here, therefore the citations have gone to 15. Key features for researchers. It can generate literature maps for proposals or reviews. It explores precursors and derivative work. It can identify gaps and overlaps in research. So you can see best that it can identify gaps in research. It can identify even the overlapping research, which research is overlapped. And it builds curated collections for reading or sharing. So again, the same thing is that you go to connected papers, you create your login, and you write the name of the paper. You can get all these articles. Again, this is part of this is free. If you want to get the access to the full version, you need to again click on the pricing and purchase. It is free and intuitive. Visual structure aids understanding and it requires minimal inputs. But limitation is that it works best with well-cited paper. You cannot directly get full text or PDF access. And it is a static graph. It does not adapt to the user behavior. In that case, Research Rabbit was dynamic. When you interact with it, it quickly molded itself according to the user behavior. Next one is Semantic Scholar. It is an AI-powered research assistant. It covers 200 plus million papers from PubMed, Springer, etc. And it uses AI to extract key insights from academic papers. It is free to use, cross-disciplinary, that is biomedical, computer science, etc. Again, it will use NLP for semantic indexing. It identifies paper topics, methods, findings, etc. It connects the related papers through meaning. Again, that is the meaning of NLP and semantic indexing, and not only keywords. And it highlights influential citations and semantic context. So what are the features? These are the features, that is smart citations. It shows how a paper was cited. That is supporting, contrast, etc. It can give you TLDR summaries, that is AI generated one-line summaries of paper. TLDR is an abbreviation for too long, didn't read. So if you think that the whole paper is too long, you don't want to read, then you just click on the TLDR, too long, didn't read, and it will give you a AI generated one-line summary of the paper. Then paper metadata, that is methods, databases, topics, figures, author influence scores, and co-author work visualization. So see, this is some of the results of the semantic scholar. That is, again, I have put the same thing and it has given me all these, the number of citations. If I go ahead, if I click on the individual article, then it will give me options of TLDR and so on. It can give you the citation also. You can directly download the citation file from this to import in your citation manager, or even you can get the link of PubMed, etc. Okay, so again, we are highlighting the semantic search versus the keyword search. That is, in case of PubMed, you can get the keyword matching, PubMed and Semantic Scholar, but all these are absent. That is semantic understanding, smart citations, AI summaries, figures and method search, all are missing in PubMed, which are covered by Semantic Scholar. Strengths and limitation. Fast literature filtering using AI, it captures conceptual and contextual matches. It is used for interdisciplinary research and smart citation tracking. But it may miss the newest preprints or articles. That same thing which I was discussing, that it has taken the article in my preprint phase, that is in 2024. It is already published, but it is not showing this now. Less control over Boolean search logic and not as exhaustive as PubMed in biomedical domain. So it has its strengths, it has its weaknesses also. When to use semantics scholar? When you need to screen literature quickly or understand literature context, identify influential citations and discovering papers beyond your narrow search terms. Last one is Cite. It is an AI-powered platform for smart citation analysis. It shows beyond counting citations, that is, shows how a paper is cited. Again, it offers smart citations with context, supporting, mentoring, or contrasting. It helps researchers assess the reliability and influence of a study. So what are smart citations? It classifies citations as supporting, that is, backs up the cited papers claims, that is what you are claiming. It shows various papers which support your claim. Mentioning, that is, refers without taking a stance, that is, it is not right also, not wrong also. And contrasting, that is, it disputes or disagrees with the paper. So that is called a smart citation. Visual dashboard and metrics, these are the other terms. That is, it will give you citation graphs, it will give you citation statement browser, author and journal dashboards, and it will give you also cite index, that is ratio of supporting to contrasting citation. Therefore, you can easily get an idea where your work stands. Okay, but in spite of all this, there are some limitations. That is, it not articles, all articles are there in its database. Citation classification may not be perfect, and best use after gathering a pool of relevant papers. So this comes after your initial search. This won't be quite useful in your initial search. So see, this is the one screenshot of the site. This will give you some searches for free, and then it will ask you to pay. But after after 1 or 2 days, again the number of searches will get replenished. So this is again the same thing. See, it is showing 2 free prompts left. So each day or each 2 day, they refill these prompts and you can use it in the trial version, in this version. Otherwise, to get the full prompt, you have to purchase the software. Okay, so they have given it. The same thing is given. You can even use various smart citation tactics when you click on these links. Okay, so if we compare all the research tools which we have discussed, Research Rabbits, visualization, topic mapping is used, Elicit is used for question answering, systematic review, connected papers are used for citation web, foundational work, Semantic Scholar is for smart search, best for quick discovery, and Cite AI is for citation quality, and its role comes last, that is, it is used for critical appraisal. I have mentioned this website which you can use to access these tools. You can take a screenshot or you can note it down for your reference. So what are the key takeaways? Key takeaways are that AI tools are transforming now how we do literature reviews. They save time, improve quality, enhance understanding. They are ideal for students, scholars, and professionals alike. Everyone has access to them. Everyone can use them and everyone should use them. And thank you for inviting me. If you have any questions, you can find me at this email ID. Even for any collaborative work, I'll be happy to assist you also. Please feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for an enlightening session on AI tools for smarter literature searches. Your practical insights and clear explanations have equipped us with effective strategies to improve research efficiency. We sincerely value your time, expertise, and meaningful contribution to this e-workshop. It was a truly enriching and informative session for everyone involved. We are delighted to welcome our esteemed speaker, Dr. Palani Kumar Sir, for our next session on enhancing academic writing and content creation skills using ChatGPT and Grammarly. With deep expertise in digital tools for education and communication, Sir will guide us in leveraging AI to refine writing skills and improve academic productivity. Sir is a distinguished neurophysiotherapist with 25 years of academic experience and specializing in electrotherapy, nerve conduction, NCS, and electromyography, that is EMG. Sir completed his BBT from Madras Medical College and MPT from Sardar Patel University with clinical expertise in spinal cord and peripheral nerve diseases. Sir has guided numerous postgraduates, contributed to national and international publications, and is actively involved in developing a risk scale for Indian elderly. Sir is a life member of IAP and other professional bodies and has played key roles in organizing various national and international conferences, including APISCON 2019. Now, I would like to request Sir for his session. Over to you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, but your screen is not being visible, sir.
Yeah, I have not shared it still.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Good afternoon, one and all.
Good afternoon, sir.
I hope I'm audible, yes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Enhancing the academic writing and content creation skills using ChatGPT and Grammarly is the title. Okay. And now everyone is actually using ChatGPT for many of the things. So how we are going to use it for the academic writing is what today I'll be talking about it. What is ChatGPT? Basically, ChatGPT is an AI-powered chatbot, okay, which is developed by the OpenAI, and it can actually understand and generate human-like text, but that human-like text is generated based on the input that it receives. The chat GPT, if you are looking at the full form, it is chat generative pre-trained transformer. The advantage of chat GPT is we can actually chat with very naturally. That is when we are chatting with another person. It's simple. Only the thing is it's not auditory. It is more of key inputs. But even now they have started for the auditory also. Chat GPT, when we are looking at GPT, when we are looking at chat GPT, how it is actually designed is it is designed to answer the questions, explaining the complex concepts, and also it helps to write the things. It may be anything, essays, emails, reports, anything that we want to write. In fact, we started to use ChatGPT for writing the reports, some regular reports which we are doing it on a routine base where we don't have to want to waste time. Now, if we want to save our time, then we can use this ChatGPT for this purpose. And also, it helps in creating the generating the creative contents. And now AI has been using for real-time translation of languages and solving problems and creating visuals. Recently, even the movies have been started to use AI for its visual effects and others. Now we are coming actually discussing today's thing is academic writing skills using ChatGPT. When we are talking about academic writing, I understand that it is about the research papers that what we are going to, or at least the thesis that what we will be writing in our studies. This I will be covering in 4 areas. That is, ChatGPT can be used for these 4 purposes. One is especially for the one is idea generation and structuring. Second is how we can use for our writing purposes, writing support. And once we write, how we can use it for editing and refining our writings. So basically, it's for 3 things: idea generation and structure, writing support, and editing and refinement. And obviously, whether it can completely substitute our original thought. That's why the 4th aspect that I have included is the ethical use of ChatGPT. When we talk about the first thing, that is idea generation and structuring, it is actually about the topic brainstorming. Say, for example, if we have an area that what we want to actually do a research or write a paper, then we can actually ask the chat GPT to help us in exploring the relevant as well as the researchable academic topics. It can help us. I will be giving the examples a little bit later. Yes, but yes, definitely. If, say, for example, as she said that I am doing it in falls in elderly, since I am developing a question thing. So I can ask about, is there anything other than this that I can do a research? So I can give an input to the chat GPT and ask for, is there any relevant topics related to the falls in elderly, which also I can actually further probe on. That's I can ask for it. And the second thing is outline creation. Sometimes, yeah, as maybe an experienced teacher, I know how to do it, but a beginner may not know what is the logical flow for writing. Say, for example, a case study, a case series, and a cohort studies, or RCTs, every study has a different flow for writing. And sometimes as a beginner, you may not know how to write or how the topic, the outline should be there for writing any a particular type of an article. In that case, we can use ChatGPT to help us to decide what should be the flow of uh, article that I should be having it. And also, I can have a thesis statement. What is the need of study and all? If I am not able to very clearly draft, then this can actually help me in making a clear, arguable thesis statements, and that will help me to decide exactly what I want to do or what I want to study about it. So the idea generation is something that ChatGPT can be used. As I said that, research topics, identifying gaps and refining broad topic. Even if I have a very broad topic, a very broad topic, I can actually try to reduce it to come to a very, very specific topic, or the area that where I want to do a research. ChatGPT can help us. Now, the second part is structuring the contents. As I said, that creating an outline is going to be the first one, whether it is going to be whether you are going to write an introduction, then whether that article requires a review of literature, and whether it should have a methodology. If you have a methodology, what type of methodology that you want to have it. And like that, you can actually have a lot of outlines that I can put up that goes up to conclusion and acknowledgement. Till that time, we can actually create an outline with the chat GPT. And not only that, I can build sections, means I can say, for example, if I am writing a review of introduction, or I'm writing a discussion where if I require any subheadings, or whether I can group them and write it in a logical way, that building sections of ChatGPT can help us how to create it. And also moving from one part to the another part of the research topics or the research contents, the transition, that is, moving from one paragraph to another paragraph, is there any chain of cohesiveness there in my writing or not? That can be actually, ChatGPT can help us in structuring those contents. So that's the main important thing of your ChatGPT. Now, once I decide what is my area and what I want to write, once I create, idea creation, structure, this is a way that I'm going to write up my thesis or write up my research article. Once I decide that, then I can go for the next aspect, that, how the chat GPT can help me. Actually, chat GPT can help me in uh, drafting paragraphs, sections, rephrasing and paraphrasing my write-up. It can even help me to improve my grammar and clarity, summarize my contents, and expanding the short notes. If I don't have a full write-up, it can help me to write, and it can even format my the way I want the citations to be formatted. That also can be done. And am I audible? Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Am I
Yes, sir,
audible?
you are audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, because sorry, my other screen is going blank, so that's why I was, a bit in a dilemma. Okay, yeah. So formatting and feedback and review is also can be done. Now I'll explain one by one. When we are talking about drafting the paragraphs and the sections, as I said that, if I want to write the introduction, once the first one, what I talked about it, how to structure it. Now here, ChatGPT can help me even to write an introduction, what I should actually cover in my introduction part. If I want to write a thesis, or if I want to write an article, and once I say that, this is the area that I want to write, and these are the points that I want to cover, once you give as an input, then it helps you to write the introduction part also. And also it gives me, if I ask how to write the background for it, or how to write a literature review for it, obviously I'll be giving my inputs to the chat gpt, and it can help me in writing a literature review. If I give an article that this is the article, from this article I want to write a literature review for this particular topic, it helps me to actually write the literature review for a. And also if I am asking how to I have a draft of how to do a methodology, but if I am thinking that I may not be completely perfect on it, then I can ask the chat GPT that for this particular study, what should be the methodology that I'll be using it, or if I am using this methodology, whether it will be right or wrong. That's what I said. It is going to be an absolutely interacting with an another person. It's as good as that somebody is sitting in front of me and he is listening to me and he is actually guiding me how to go about. That's what the whole idea of using a chat GPT. So it can help me even deciding the methodology, or if I have any flaws in my how to write about that methodology. Even if I want, okay, this is the method that I want to write, I want to do my research, and how to write this methodology for it, it helps me to do it. Not only that, it also helps me to write an abstract and or summaries. Say, for example, I can give my entire write-up to the chat GPT and ask to write a summary of it, or I may ask this chat GPT to write an abstract of with the number of words, also limiting the number of words. I can very, very clearly ask it to write. The example prompt that I have given is write a paragraph on the benefits of exercise therapy in managing osteoarthritis. That's, since it's my area, it's physiotherapy. That's what I said. So I can very clearly ask how to write about it. So if I'm going to do any research or I am going to write it, then it can be very clearly do it. But I'll come for it that we need to rewrite it because there is a plagiarism aspect will come in, that I'll come for it a little bit later. Rephrasing and paraphrasing. What happens is when we are writing, obviously we are not native speakers. We are not native speakers of English. So our English may not be that perfect, or may not be that specific to the academic writing. Even a natural native speaker of English may not be able to do an academic writing because it requires certain clarity in it. So that what happens is, if I am asking you, once I write something and I can give it to my chat GPT and I ask for, can you make this sentence more academic, then actually it helps me to do it. Say, for example, doing regular stretches helps reduce back pain. That's I know. But this may not sound very academic because this is a kind of a layperson term. So if I ask the same, why I give this as an input and ask ChatGPT to make this sentence as more academic, then the possible outcome that what we can look is, regular stretching exercises have been shown to alleviate back pain by improving flexibility and muscular balance. Something sounds more better thing rather than simply saying doing regular stretches helps reduce back pain. So if I want to write something, if I want to rephrase it, or if I want to paraphrase it something, then this chat GPT may help me. The third part of this is, I can use this as a grammar assistant and make it more clarity. Again, I am giving you an example here. This, if I have given a paragraph, I have written a paragraph, and I can give this entire paragraph to chat GPT and ask for grammar check and the clarity of it. Then in that case, it can help me. If I have made any grammatical errors, it can help me, but also it can make the sentence clear one. You say, for example, if the sentence structure is not proper and it is a mixed one, then it can help me to fix it. And also, if I have used passive voices more and it thinks that active voice should be added, it should be an active voice, it can change the voice. Or if I have written it in active voice and I want passive voice to be included in the for that sentence, say some of the scientific journals, they may ask you to write it in passive voice. Then in that case, we can add that also. And I can say whether the entire paragraph, whether it sounds as a layperson's wordings or whether it sounds an academic quality. If I can ask this to ChatGPT, and it can actually help me to completely turn my entire paragraph into an academic one. Remember, I am not asking the ChatGPT to write for me. What I am doing is I am writing my own paragraph, and then I am asking the ChatGPT to help me to change my academic tone, or help me to check for the grammar and the clarity of my sentences. Summarizing or synthesizing content, again, as I said, that if I am going to read articles which are very long, which may be time consuming, then what I can do is I can give the article details, not the entire article. I can just give the articles kind of references list I can give, and I can tell the chat GPT to make a summary of the studies that I have actually given. If I give 3, 5, any number of articles, but it should be of a relevant area. If I give and I ask the chat GPT to synthesize the content for me, then it can actually do it. So if I want to write this thing, then I can actually give, say for example, if an article is of 12 pages where I'm finding it difficult, or it may be too time consuming for me to finish all, I can give that article to the chat GPT and ask for the summary of it. So it can give me the summary of it. But again, as I said, I can use it for the literature review, but not exactly as a cut copy paste. I need to actually understand the composition of that summary, and try to comprehend it and then write in my own words. So that's what it can help me. And expanding the short notes, sometimes we may not have a full words, we may have a kind of an abstract or just some points, and we can ask ChatGPT to write a full sentence or a paragraph on that area. Say for example, manual therapy plus TENS is good for neck pain and reduces the muscle spasm. Is something that I know only abstract or in hyphens that I know. And if I ask ChatGPT to write, and this can be the output that you can see that what the ChatGPT has actually given to me. And another one of this writing support is formatting help. When a researcher actually finds it very difficult, or though we have okay, of writing it in a particular format, okay, of references or the citations. So the in-text citations I can format with the chat GPT. And also I can ask to create a reference list in the exact style that what has been asked by the journal. Of course, we have citation softwares like EndNote and Zotero, etc. But you require a learning skill or a learning curve to learn those softwares. Whereas in ChatGPT, you don't have to do that much of learning. What you can do is just give the whatever the way that you have the reference, and give that reference to the ChatGPT and ask to format the way you want. If it is, say for example, that I have given the example to note it in APA. If the same thing I can give it in Vancouver and ask for, I can give it to ChatGPT and ask for the Vancouver style. If I ask this, the ChatGPT can do it immediately. So no need for me to actually learn the softwares of how to use for the citation purposes. Yes, of course, it cannot help you to track the citations. With the citation softwares will help you to do that. But currently, at least this much, this can help me. Feedback and review. And again, once I finish my writing, and if I think whether my writing makes sense, whether it is good or bad, then I can actually ask ChatGPT to completely give a feedback on my writing. So I can give my entire writing to ChatGPT and give some feedback on how I can improve on this. or how I can improve any particular section of my writing. If I say, then it can actually give me that where I have actually missed or where I am writing sentences that may be confusing. It can actually list out all those things, and in fact it can further suggest me how to write this better so that the others can understand in the academic tone. Again, that is will be very, very specific. So writing support, it gives me a lot. So, but remember, as I said, I am not going to ask the chat GPT to completely write an essay for me, but I am writing, but I am asking chat GPT to help me to make it better sounding. So what we can do here is, if chat GPT, if I want to write a draft, write a, say for example, I have given the example of, write a 150 word, okay, background paper on physiotherapy in stroke rehab. That can be, I can give. Or if I ask, if I can go for awkward phrasing, if it is there, then I can ask how to make it formal and clear. Or I can even paraphrase, that is, but again, I can give a command of how to avoid with plagiarism also. So I have given that, remember, your chat GPT responds to your prompt, and how you are going to give the prompt, based on that it actually gives you the answer. How to give a prompt, it comes with your experience. The more and more you use, you interact, it starts to understand you, how you are writing, you, how you are, your English is, and how you have a, how you speak or how you write. Based on that, it not only it understands the subject, but it also understands you as a writer. So in it starts to understand, okay, if you are using this word or this is what you mean by it. So everything it can do on your own. Remember, it doesn't study only the articles, it doesn't study only the information it has, but also it studies about you also, uh, uh, with the inputs that you are giving. Based on that, it starts to study, and it helps you to, it understands you, and also helps you to understand the subject. So paraphrase contents, yes, it's going to be explain technical terms. If it is too difficult term, how to make it simple, again, that it helps us. And as I said, academic tone check, entire paragraph I'm writing, then I want to see whether it sounds professional or not. Now coming to the, so that's the writing part of it, how the chat GPT can support. And I'm coming to the third part is how it can help us in editing and refining my writing. Uh, this is something, as we will be discussing more about the Grammarly also, that is, which Grammarly also can be used for the same thing, and ChatGPT also can, I can use ChatGPT also. That is, basically it is about grammar and spelling, improving clarity, enhancing academic tone, consistency in style and sentence structure, paragraph organization, avoiding plagiarism, and final proofreading. Remember, this may sound that I have already spoken about all those things. No, actually, almost the same thing. In the earlier segment, we were asking the chat GPT's help how to write, whereas here, what once we finished our writing, we are going to use chat GPT for editing and refining our writes. So that's what chat GPT can help and identify, to identify and correct my spelling mistakes, my punctuation errors, my grammatical errors. As I said, we are not native English speakers. We tend to make grammatical errors, and more so with the punctuation. Almost punctuation errors are very, very common to every one of us, including me. Even sometimes I will be wondering whether I need to put a semicolon or a colon. That's, it's always a confusing area, that what I am supposed to use. If I know all those things, chat GPT can help me, okay, how to go about it. So it can help me in that way, and improving clarity. Once I finish my writing, and I can ask whether the sentences that I have written make sense, or whether the paragraph that I'm making any sense, or is it any other way to write this in a better way so that it can look more professional and more clearer. I can ask that also. as I said, the academic tone. Once I finish the complete thing, that whether it sounds very formal and whether it is or it is professional, and whether my objectives are actually reached with my writing, all those things can be done. In fact, I can tell that I am going to submit my writing to this particular journal. In that case, whether my writing matches the objectives of that journal, even that I can actually check. So, if it is not, then I can ask ChatGPT how we can convert this so that this matches the objectives of that particular journal that I am planning to submit. And also, the ChatGPT can help in consistency in style and terminology. Say, for example, sometimes there are many terminologies which are interchangeably used, or synonyms we use. So when we are writing, we may not actually see that there is an inconsistency in the terminology that we are using it. Say, for example, low backache, I may use low backache, I may say back pain, and I may say the conditions, muscle spasm, like that, I may keep on using different terms, but I may not realize that I am using different terminologies in the same paper, which may affect the quality of my paper. In that case, I can ask ChatGPT, am I using a consistent terminology am I using it or not? If it is not, how to use, change those things. Wherever I'm making mistakes, I can ask ChatGPT to correct it. As I said, citation and referencing style also consistent should be there, because when I write thesis, it's going to be 30, 40 things are there. If I use a software, it's fine. But if I'm not using a software and I'm actually cut copy pasting from a website or somewhere else, and then I try to manually reference the styles, but if it is not, then I can give it to check all the 10. Remember, the first one I said that how to write in Vancouver from APA. But then I can give all my references to ChatGPT and ask whether all my 30, 40 references which I have already written, or I think I have finished, whether they are having a consistency of as per the style that I am asking for. I can ask, and it can definitely help me in doing it. And sentence structure and flow. As I said that, once I finish everything, whether it can help me, whether I am the ideas that I am actually mentioning about the studies, that is my idea number 1 is moving to idea number 2 in a correct flow, and from I'm moving from idea number 2 to idea 3, I'm progressing in a correct way, and I'm not repeating the stuff again and again. That is something that ChatGPT can help us. So again, as I said, that once I finish, and this is not only the sentences, the entire paragraphs also it can help me, whether the that particular paragraph, the order of paragraph or the order of sentences in the paragraph are moving from one to another in a cohesive way. So this can help me to do it. And avoid plagiarism. Remember, plagiarism is, once I finish my writing, I say that, can we check do it in paraphrase to avoid plagiarism. Of course, there are other softwares or like Quillbolt and all, which will help me to avoid plagiarism, but ChatGPT can also help us. But ChatGPT is not meant to avoid plagiarism. Please remember this, okay? The entire thing is, it's not meant for avoiding the plagiarism. So something we have to keep it in mind while using the plagiarism. And once we finish all my writing, before submitting to the journal, we can ask the ChatGPT to completely proofread our text. Is there anything that we still missed out anything? Is there some errors are still left out? Or even if still my phrases are not correct, or can it be made it a little bit better? Even final proofreading also can be done with the ChatGPT. So that's what, now when we are talking about that, how to use this effectively. of all the three, that is from idea generation and writing support and how to refine it or edit our things. If we want to look into it, all those things, that's what. If I want to find the list of research ideas, then I can ask the chat GPT that suggests some research topics in this particular area. It will help me out and I can further refine it. And then I can come to a focus, clarifying the focus. Or if I am still not sure if it is a broader one, then I can ask ChatGPT to clarify the focus. That if this is the topic, can you help me in narrowing down to a specific question? In fact, it will give me the question also. Then it can help me to even section wise help. As I said, that I can structure it and I can write the paragraphs and I can see that the paragraphs are moving, flowing from one to another in a cohesive way. And it can help me to refine my sentences, refine my paragraphs, and also proofread. So everything can be done with the chat GPT help. Now, I have actually given an example. I hope it is moving. Okay, I have actually given my own draft to ChatGPT is physiotherapy helps people with back pain feel better. Exercise like stretching and strengthening are good for recovery. It is also important to teach patients what to do at home so that the pain doesn't come back. So it's my a simple, kind of a layman talk where I can simply talk to my patients like this. So I actually wrote this, and what I did is I have given this to ChatGPT, and I gave this prompt, reread this paragraph in a more academic and a formal style for a physiotherapy research paper. That's what I gave. And what I got from ChatGPT is this, we can see. Physiotherapy plays a pivotal role in the management of back pain by promoting pain relief, improving mobility, and enhancing functional outcomes, etc., etc., etc. So you can see that what I gave is a very simple layman term or kind of a thing that what I generally talk to my patients. But the same thing when I gave it to ChatGPT and asked a very specific input with a specific output with a specific input, then the output that what I received looked much better than what I could have. And to write this way, I could have taken more time, whereas ChatGPT helped me in a second. So what are all the things that changed? If you look at that, my example, my tone was very informal, but my refined version that I received was very formal. Vocabulary was very simple that I used, whereas the vocabulary that received is professional. And clarity, as I said, I made a general statement. But the ChatGPT gave me a very specific clinical actions like exercises and other stuff it gave me. The structure of my sentence, as I said, since it's a general statement, that the way I speak to my patient, it was very choppy in nature. Whereas you can see the output that I received was very cohesive. So what the end of this is it saves times, it polishes your writing, and it also it improves your writing style by reviewing suggested edits. So this is what ChatGPT is going to help us. Now, coming to the fourth aspect of this is it ethical to use ChatGPT? Just a moment. Yeah, is it ethical to use ChatGPT? Ideally, if you are going to ask ChatGPT, if I am going to ask ChatGPT to completely write an essay or write an article for me, that is unethical. Whereas what I can do here is I can write my original contents, and what I can do is I can add ideas. The ChatGPT will help me to write it better. And so the entire idea is mine. The very first draft or the very basic draft is my own. And ChatGPT is going to help me to make it better, paraphrase it. Even after paraphrasing, I have to still add my ideas. And even after paraphrasing, I need to understand what it actually wrote. Now I need to redo that writing rather than simply cut, copy, paste. If I simply cut, copy, paste, it's very, very unethical. So that's what it is. And wherever that EAA use has to be cited, yes, I have to do it, especially when I'm submitting to a journal. If the journal asks, have you used EAA for your writing? And I have to disclose, and how much I have used, that also I have to disclose. And check for plagiarism is the ethical practice. As I said, the ChatGPT is not meant for plagiarism, avoiding plagiarism. So it may plagiarize the things. So I need to check before my submission. I need to paraphrase all the things. And sometimes chat GPT may look like very, give you a clear fact or important fact, but it may not be. It may be, it's called as hallucination of facts. In the chat GPT also may give you hallucination of facts. So we need to check the facts that was given by the chat GPT. In fact, we can ask chat GPT from where from where you have actually sourced this information. It will give you from where it sourced the information. And I can go back and check whether it is really existing and whether it is really meaning the same way or no. I can do this verifying. I can verify. I need to verify the fact, and I have to do that. Protect privacy. Remember, while giving information or the inputs to the chat GPT, avoid sharing information, share sensitive information like your patient's details. Don't give those informations to your AI tool, ChatGPT, because ChatGPT doesn't understand this and it may use your information somewhere else. So avoid giving privacy related informations. Please don't give as an input to ChatGPT. Remember this. Follow the institutional policies. Journals as well as the institutes, they have their own AI policies. We need to follow them. So that's what it is better to use it for topic identification, but I cannot completely use that as an unedited one. I can ask for outlining or structure, but I cannot ask ChatGPT to write my entire article. I can go for grammar and language suggestions, but I cannot simply copy and paste the write-up. I can ask ChatGPT to explain difficult and complex topics, but I need to check the things whether it is right or wrong. And I cannot use ChatGPT to fake the citations or fake the data. Remember, it can fake the data also if I ask. Okay, because it's just a machine. And I need to rewrite the draft again. And what happens is if I don't rewrite, I just cut, copy, paste, then I'm actually avoiding thinking about that thing and I'm avoiding learning about that material. So this is completely thing. So the left-hand portion that I have given is how to use it ethically, and the right-hand portion that I have given is what are all the unethics of related to ChatGPT. Now, what is the advantage and disadvantage of ChatGPT in academic writing is obviously fast idea and draft generation. I don't have to think too, don't have to waste my time. I can get the ideas fast and I can even I can draft it very fast. It improves my grammar and clarity. It helps me to structure and organize my article. And obviously it is 24/7 available. It's not like, I can give it to my guide or I can give it to my colleague and help me to do all those things. Remember, all these things we do it when we are writing an article. We give it to our friends or colleagues and ask them to read and, tell them, is it sounding correct or what I think or all those things. Now, all those things can be done instead of giving to your colleague or your friend to check the things. Now you can give it to ChatGPT and ask to do the same thing for you. And since it is a machine 24/7 available, you don't have to wait for that. No, your colleague has not spent his time to all those things that can be done. And it also helps in learning the complex topics. Remember something, makes it very, very simple for you to how to understand your topics that it is. Disadvantage is, as I said, inaccurate information. I need to verify it. Over reliance. Once you start to use it, then it obviously, we tend to say, why don't we go to Chat GPT and why don't we use it? Okay. And ethical risk, as I mentioned earlier, and though it can actually give you the knowledge, but it may not have the deep contextual knowledge. Remember, it cannot replace a still a teacher or an expert. So that is going to be, and as I said, it is limited originality. Plagiarism is tend to come in. So you need to be very, very careful when you are using ChatGPT. Yes, it's an absolute beautiful tool in terms of helping us in writing and verifying and all those things. But we cannot completely rely on ChatGPT to write for us. And when this has come, actually, when this has come, actually, we as even the teachers, we always think, Chat GPT is going to make the students dump and others. But no, if we use it properly, it can actually help us to, the student can learn much, much better and faster with the Chat GPT. Because why I'm saying this is when Google came in, or Google came in, then we said we as teachers now gone, and the student now don't have to take books. They will go and Google it, and they will. It has not stopped. Even when the Wikipedia came in, we said that now the student will not write anything on his own. He is going to just cut, copy, paste from Wikipedia, but it's not. At least for a good number of students, still they read and they still write on their own. Like that, Chat GPT also, they will sooner or later, all of us will use this as a tool, an important tool in writing, in doing our academic writings. That's what I assume in the future is going to be. So the strategies of how to maximize the benefit of ChatGPT is, I should be using this as a thinking partner rather than trying to substitute my someone else is going to think for me. No, it is going to thinking partner, and I can draft it very, very fast with my proper prompts. Okay, if I give, and I can use this to refine my content, and if I require, I can little bit expand the content also, and I can improve my clarity and tone, and if I'm using it in an ethical way. So Chat GPT is going to definitely benefit me when I'm going to do a academic writing. The problems that we are going to face is, as I said, over reliance, as I said, that hallucinated information which I need to check, academic integrity, because some it's not everyone, some may completely ask ChatGPT to write everything, look like very, very professional, and can submit to a journal or to a teacher. So that is something that we have to look into it, the plagiarism part of it. And privacy part, as I said, that don't give any privacy part or to the ChatGPT, and try to adapt to the, okay, we cannot adapting to the context of it. That again, if we don't try what Chat GPT has given to us as an output, and if we don't try to read and try to comprehend, then we will lose the context. So this is something we need to look into it. So this is all about what we talked about as Chat GPT. Remember, it's an absolutely beautiful tool that can help us make our writing better and faster, but we should not use this as a complete substitution. It's going to be an assistant for us to help us to write better. Now, moving next part is Grammarly. Grammarly is also an AI-powered writing assistant. It is going to give me the real-time suggestions in a more clear and concise way, and make my writing as error-free. Again, it is going to help me in clarity and correctness of my English writing. As I said, since we are not native English speakers, we may and we may be we all actually think in our mother tongue, and once whatever we have thought in our mother tongue, we translate them to English, and then we write it in English. So it may not take that much of time, in a fraction of a second, but that's how our brain works. So we may not be writing this what we are thinking, and we may not be writing in the same way. And when someone reads my writing, they may completely understand on the different thing they may understand. So that is a problem with our writing. So this Grammarly will again help us in making that as correct and effective. Basically, as I said, that Grammarly is going to give you, as I said, that ChatGPT also can be used and Grammarly also can be used. Remember, but Grammarly is a tool designed only for this purpose, whereas ChatGPT is not a tool designed specifically for this purpose. So whenever you think, though the ChatGPT can also be used for grammar check and punctuations and clarity improvements, it would be better not to use ChatGPT and better to use the Grammarly for this purpose. That is grammar and spelling checks, punctuation, clarity improvements, tone deductions, style and formality adjustments. And Grammarly will do a plagiarism checker, which is not available in ChatGPT. In a premium version, we can do it. Grammarly is generally used for writing emails, essays, and reports. It works as a web app and browser extension, or you can have a standalone desktop application also. And it can be integrated with Microsoft and Google Docs platforms also. So that everywhere, wherever you use, you can actually you can do it. Primarily, it helps us in writing enhancements and a proofreading tool. So it helps me to polish my writing. That's the first thing that it is going to help us. That is its purpose. And if where I can use it is, I can use it for proofreading my essays, emails, and reports, and it improves my clarity and also helps for my checks for my plagiarism and looks for my grammatical errors and spelling corrections. What it does is it is a passive tool. Remember, it is not an active tool. ChatGPT is an active tool that it keeps on interacts with you. But this is a passive tool. It gives you, whenever I write, immediately there it appears that this particular word, you have a spelling mistake, or this particular sentence, you have an error which you can correct, and immediately it gives you a suggestion. But it is not actually going to, not as an interactive one. It is just passively gives you the details. Offers grammar and style rules and tone deduction and limited customization is the one that it is. Focuses only on language correctness. It, unlike ChatGPT, which can generate new content, this cannot generate new content, and it cannot understand any context also. Remember, this can just simply correct my language. That's it. Basic version is available. A premium subscription will have plagiarism check and other advanced features. Now, how to use this effectively is get the latest version. Install Grammarly everywhere means your, as I said, Word or Docs, wherever the applications you have installed them, use browser extension. Wherever even a mobile app is also available. So install that, because sometimes you may read it in your laptop and sometimes the same you may do it in your mobile phone. So install Grammarly everywhere. The thing is, Grammarly is going to give you a real-time corrections, but it is better first you finish your writing and then look at what the Grammarly is actually trying to correct you. If we are going to fix each and every time, when as I write, immediately it comes and tells you, no, don't write like this, write like this, and I'm going to fix up, then it's going to be time consuming, and probably I may not actually write the things that I wanted because it may distract me. So the first thing is you finish your writing and then use Grammarly for reviewing it. And whatever the suggestions it actually gives you, you again review it. Just don't simply click. Okay, because the thing is, once it suggests, we think, oh, okay, Grammarly must be giving me the correct suggestions. So we have a tendency to immediately click. Don't do it. You have to actually review it, whether it is acceptable to you or no, then you have to. We can use the tone detector. We can use the clarity and conciseness features. Remember, once you finish the whole thing, it may give you instead of writing like this, you may write like this. It may give you an option to me. So I can use that clarity purposes also. And vocabulary is going to really enhance. Remember, if sometimes a better vocabulary it can suggest for me. And if I have a premium version, yeah, I can use it for plagiarism checks. Learn from your mistakes. Remember, once you start to use Grammarly, obviously you will learn a better English in terms of your writing is definitely going to improve. In terms of spelling errors that you will avoid, okay, and punctuations you will be making it better because some we don't, as I said, sometimes we don't realize comma kahan aana chahiye, sometimes we don't realize comma, colon, semicolon, all those things which if I'm going to use it regularly, I makes me to learn better. Okay, so punctuations I improve, spellings I improve, even my writing completely improves once I start to use the Grammarly regularly. So something that, so that next time I don't have to, the Grammarly suggestions, what it's going to give me will start to reduce. That you can definitely see, once you start to use Grammarly regularly. Combine with your self proofreading. This is something important. Remember, don't just rely on it, and you can use it, as I said. Okay, even proofreading, you need to do it as your own, and it may not be the same thing. Why? Because Grammarly is a passive tool. Once you give, even in English, if we are going to say, I'm using USA English, and by any chance, if we are going to write something in UK English, then or it may not accept. It may start to show that it is a incorrect. Okay, so again, it's going to be a problem. So you need to do it. You need to do your own self proofreading. Now, if I am trying to compare what is Grammarly and what is ChatGPT, the primary function of Grammarly is it looks for grammar, spelling, punctuation, style, and clarity. Whereas ChatGPT is primarily for generative, that it is going to brainstorm with me, it's going to answer my questions, and I'm going to have conversation with ChatGPT. That's what. And when it comes to writing assistance, it Grammarly helps me in correcting and improving the existing text, whereas ChatGPT is going to help me to generate new content. My tone and style, Grammarly definitely gives, but ChatGPT may not give you that. It can mimic various tones, and that also based on my prompt. Whereas here, once I say I want it in formal tone, it gives me everything in a formal tone, if my Grammarly. So I can use it for proofreading my essays, emails, and articles, whereas ChatGPT is helping me to draft my essays and summaries. Remember, not writing the article. Okay, I can draft my summaries, abstracts like that. I can draft, but I need to redo it again. So that's the difference between Grammarly and ChatGPT. User interaction, as I said, it is mostly it is going to give me only the corrections, whereas ChatGPT is kind of a conversation. It may tell you want like this, we can do it like this, or if you want like this, we can do it like this. So it's a back and forth that I'm going to interact, and it is an active tool, whereas Grammarly, once I write, immediately it says that this is wrong. You can do it like this only. I cannot actually tell anything to Grammarly how I want like that. Plagiarism check, as I said, it's available, but ChatGPT not designed for plagiarism check. Customization, very, very limited customization, whereas ChatGPT is very, very flexible. Cost, both are actually having a free version and both are having a paid version also. Depends upon what we want from them. Now, the last portion of this is how to use both ChatGPT and Grammarly for effectively doing an academic writing. Remember, it's not completely different. ChatGPT and Grammarly we are not going to use separately. We can combine them and we can actually use them for our academic writing. So this is the kind of chart that I want to give. How I can do it is for I can start with idea generation and planning with ChatGPT, we have already discussed. And then I can go for drafting my writing with my ChatGPT. Remember, I can tell that how I want introduction, how I want method, how I want discussion. I can completely draft, or I can ask it to draft, and I can redraft that thing and add my points and my corrections, everything. So again, ChatGPT and me are going to interact with each other in drafting the manuscript. Then what I can do is once I finish, again, I can give it this to my ChatGPT back again, asking for initial review of our things. Okay, is there is there anything is still missing or not missing? So the ChatGPT can go through the your right draft, and it can suggest you, is there anything to be added or not. Once I finish, then what I can do is I can actually take this draft to give it to Grammarly, and in Grammarly, I can use it to check for my grammar errors, my punctuation errors, and spelling corrections, all those things it can make. And in fact, even my writing style is right or wrong. Is there, can we write it in another way? There is something called Insight Future in Grammarly that helps me to, Grammarly even tells what my mistakes are. Okay, and how it could have been avoided. And there is an insight that tells you, how to, where I went wrong and how I could have made the changes. So that kind of learning happens along with the Grammarly, though it is a passive tool. Grammarly doesn't learn anything about me, but I can learn from the Grammarly. So that's what, so I can keep on doing it so that I can improve the clarity by using Grammarly. So I can polish my English. Then what I have to do is I have to go back and check the ethical considerations, that all the facts and references that I have actually cited, and there is the AI generated content and external sources, that whatever is there, I have actually properly done. And again, I can give it to final review to the ChatGPT to look for the smooth flow and to look for the readability and coherence and everything. And I can ask ChatGPT to now format this write up according to the style that I need to submit to my journal. So once all those things are done, again, I have to go through, verify everything on my own. Then I can actually submit this to the journal that wherever I think of it. So remember, ChatGPT and Grammarly can be used together to make our academic writing better. So this is what I think will make us, instead of just cut copy pasting from ChatGPT, we can use ChatGPT for understanding or identifying our problems, research problems, and make a better writing. Since we are not native English speakers, it can help us to write better and make sense with all our writings. Once we finish the writing, then we can go for Grammarly to check all the mistakes. Remember, though the ChatGPT gives you the output, if you put it in Grammarly, you will come to know that ChatGPT also makes problems in grammar. Okay, you will come to know why. If you are going to use it regularly, then you will come to know that Grammarly will tell that these are the mistakes that is there in that paragraph which was generated by the ChatGPT. So don't think that ChatGPT cannot make any mistakes. Oh, it's going to make mistakes, but Grammarly will help us to correct those mistakes. And finally, we need to verify everything, that whatever we are actually giving it and we are properly citing it, and then we can actually submit. So something can make the things, our writing a little bit better and make it faster, so that we don't waste a lot of time in doing our academic writings. Yeah. Yes, please. You have any queries?
If anyone has any queries or any questions, you can drop them in your chat box or you can ask directly to sir.
Okay, if there are no queries, then I think we can move on.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir, for such a valuable session. Your practical guidance will surely help us to improve our academic writing and writing skills. So now let's moving ahead. We are now heading for a short lunch break up till 1:30 p.m. So enjoy your lunch and we'll meet soon. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a refreshing lunch break and a chance to recharge. We are now excited to have you rejoin us for the next session of our e-workshop. We've already covered some great ground this morning, and the upcoming sessions promise to be just as insightful and engaging. So, if you haven't already, please settle in, make sure your devices are charged and your internet is stable. Feel free to drop any questions or comments in the chat as we are ongoing. Our team is here and ready to assist. So now, next, it is with great pleasure that we welcome our esteemed speaker for our next session on managing citations and references using Zotero as a part of our e-workshop. With extensive expertise in research tools and academic writing, Harish sir will guide us through the effective use of Zotero to organize references, manage citations seamlessly, and enhance the overall efficiency of scholarly work. We look forward to gain practical insights and valuable tips from this informative sessions. So now I would like to request Mr. Harish Devjani sir to please continue with the session. Over to you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Let me start with the session and yes, so I'll start with the point where I left in the morning. So I'll have a quick recap of what we did in the morning and what we was actually looking into the hands-on of Copilot. So I'll continue with that part only, and then I'll have a little bit of bonus tool for all of you. So if you're there in the session, you'll be learning a new tool that I accidentally covered in the morning itself, but I'll just reiterate and explain you how we can use that. And then we'll move on to the Zotero part, which again is an essential part of reference management. As far as the research is concerned, we always want to manage our research papers in a way that we can access it from anywhere easily and use it in our research in variety of formats that different journal papers or publications often require. So you might have heard of APA and Chicago and Kennedy's Press style. So all this can be easily managed using Zotero. So we'll have a quick demo of that part. So with that brief outlook, let's start with the session, and I'll again go to Copilot. And as I was discussing about Copilot, I just wanted to show you something about Copilot that can be done, and then we'll move on to the maybe the further part, the other two. Right. So just I'll share my screen once again. Let me quickly open the Copilot. So we're discussing about Copilot and we saw how we can find papers using paper digest. So I'll just take one of the thing from paper digest first, and I'll just use the topic that we are using in the morning, right? So I'll take one topic from that part only, right? I'm not going to have any other topic. So the topic which was left in the morning, I'll try to take that topic and see if we can find a good research paper in last 1 year maybe. And as of now, just for the sake of understanding, I'll take any random paper from here. And this is a review paper actually, but fine, it will serve our purpose. So if it is downloadable, Not this. Let's see. I'll take another paper. I want a research paper rather than a review paper. Bridging AI and intensive unit nursing. Yeah, this sounds like one of the topic suggested by one of the participant. I don't know why it is. Okay, there's no option to download this. It's there in Elsevier. So basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to give you an entire process, a flow of how we can carry out. Since in the previous section you have seen how different types of tools can be used. And in fact, a variety of tools have been covered so far. And in this particular session, I'll try to cover a good hands-on, like how actually you are going to use it. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to actually show you how this actually happens. So yes, I got a good paper from it's on PubMed and I searched it on Paper Digest. Now once this is done, I'll upload it on Copilot. This is my paper. Now this will be there. Now what I'll do is I'll ask this Copilot to prepare a research summary for me. And I want you to look into this, how we can create a summary which earlier would have taken me a lot of time if I was supposed to do it manually. Right. So I do have a prompt that I usually have it for my own purpose. I use that prompt and I'll be using the same prompt. Right. I'll just modify it a little bit from the paper, from the attached paper. Write the following details very specifically from the paper. Okay, it's being repeated, but yes, it's fine. I want aim, methodology, results, conclusion, evaluation of the paper, whether the paper is the research work is good or bad or what, and I want a research care. So all this thing. Further, I can say that write the answer in a table with above parts as columns. Sorry for there might be some grammaticals over here, but anyways, the AI is good to understand us. So what it will do is it will go to the paper, it will provide a structured summary with the columns like this. So aim is given, methodology is given, results is given, conclusion and evaluation is given. Okay, see, the evaluation is very good. Limited due to scope and inclusion, only 5 articles from 2 database, impact generalizability. Okay, so it says that there are not much researches which are being used or referred, and there are no practical implementation challenges like technology infrastructure or AI, staff acceptance, regulatory references. And it also gives you the future research direction. Now, this is just for one paper. This is just for a very short idea of how I can generate a summary for one paper. Think of it if I have it for multiple papers, and then I'm writing my literature review. So how exhaustive my literature review can be. Okay. So just to give you an idea of how powerful this tool is, I'll show you another work which I had done a little bit, and actually I'm doing it right now. Also, I'm working on it, but I think it will give you a good understanding of how these tools can be used. Let me share my one more screen. Okay. you'll be able to see what I had done is the way I had created a table on using Copilot. The same table I had copied over here. So I took the citations in Harvard style and then aim, methodology, results, conclusion, evaluation, as well as research gap. So I have all the columns over here along with the paper. And then I have a lot of papers like this. So there is a filter. I'll just remove the filter to show you. Right. So if I just scroll it down, it won't make much sense. I'll go to the down of the paper and you can see there are almost 117 papers which I have reviewed. Now, this is just a gist. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something else. So I'll take aim. Let me take full all the information that I collected, and I'll take almost 10 papers, right? And I'll copy it. Okay, once I copy it, I'm going to Copilot again. Right. So these are my 10 papers in sequence. Okay, so I have exceeded the word count, I think. So I think 8 papers will work, or else we'll do something else. So I got 7 papers now. So I have pasted all the data from the 7 papers. I can do it with the abstract itself, but I have taken all the data just for the sake of understanding. So what I'll do is I'll just give a prompt like I have summarized the following papers for literature review. I want to classify these papers into 3 themes, right? Which can be used to write down a literature review section of my thesis. I have just given all the data and I have asked it to give 3 themes. So it has actually taken it and it has given me 3 themes using which I can classify the papers. And you can also see there are 3 themes which are given, and you can also see the papers being repeated. So this paper is in 2 themes, which actually happens. I can have same papers and I can explain it in multiple themes, right? Even this is just for 8 papers, 7 papers I had done, right? And it has given me 3 themes. Now think of it if I increase it to 10 papers or 20 papers or maybe 50 papers. So I'll have, let's say, 5 themes out of 50 papers, and each theme will be having an exhaustive review of maybe 20 papers. So that review will be an exhaustive review which consists of a variety of work which have been covered in a single field. And you can see how quickly I had done it. Like I just created a table like this, and I then put it on Excel. And from Excel, I had taken the data and asked it to summarize, provide the theme. Now I have paper as per themes. All the papers can be classified as per themes. Now from that theme, I can easily write down my literature review. Right? You can use AI tools to write. You can write it down yourself also. You'll have you already have your summary with you. So writing it down will be very, very easy. Right. So this is how we can use Copilot to increase our efficiency. And that is what I wanted to show you before moving on to the next topic. So let's go to the next topic now. And as I told you, I'll be sharing one bonus AI tool, that is Explain Paper. I accidentally opened this site in the mornings and I thought of why don't let's discuss this tool as well and how useful this tool can be to understand the paper, to read the paper. So just let's have a quick review. I won't be discussing much of the time on this paper, but I'll show you how to use it so that in case if you want to use it anytime in future, it will be really, really good for you. So I'll just go over here and I'll search Explain Paper. Like you can just write down Explain Paper and the Google results will show you the first website that's Explain Paper. This is an interface, and you can see there are a lot of things which you can do using this part. But what I wanted to show you some particular best part of this Explain Paper. You can create an account. It's very simple. Or I do have an account, so I'll use my saved ID and password and log into this explain paper. Right. You can use Google to keep a track of all the papers that you have, saved so far. Now, as soon as I open it up, it will open up a dashboard like this, where I have an option to upload PDF. And there is some cursor moving on here, which will show me the papers which I have uploaded in the past. So I won't wait for that. Instead, I will just upload a paper which I recently downloaded, and I'll start on begin reading. Right. So instead of reading the paper on any of the PDF reader, and now I'm going to read my paper on explain paper. And how it is going to change this perspective, I'll just try to tell you. Right. So let's say this is the entire paper which I have opened. Okay, so this is not actually a paper. This is letter to editor. That's why it's showing. Anyways, you will get the idea. That's my bad. Sorry. But let's say if I have paper and I don't know what is Prisma guidelines, right? So I just clicked on Prisma guidelines and I selected it. Right. This is what I did. I clicked on Prisma guidelines and I selected it. And it came out on the right hand side. And I want this tool to explain me what this Prisma guideline is. So I'll just click on explain. It will take a minute and it will explain what this thing actually means. Okay, so you can see I got the entire definitions, what this is. Now, sometimes there are certain terms which are too difficult, which is, it is impossible for me to understand those terms. Maybe the reason being they're not from my field, they are from different fields. Right. So in that case, I can, like for example, let's say what is human clinical judgment? This is something which is not from my field and I'm not able to understand it. So I can change the level of explanation. So you can see we can have a 5-year-old explanation, middle schooler, high schooler, and undergrad explanation. So I'll go to 5-year-old and I want this tool to explain me what human clinical judgment is as a 5-year-old kid. Right. Okay. So it will just use the language like when doctors and nurses use their knowledge and experience to make decisions about patients' care. So this is how, what I did was out of using this tool, I have actually read all the papers, understood everything about my papers, and also find out different, alternatives. For instance, I'll show you with the help of this example. I'll go to Prisma. I'll again go for this. Okay, it's explaining me like a 5-year-old kid, which I don't want. So I'll just go to as undergrad, and I'll ask it to explain me what this Prisma is. This one. Okay, so since this is there and I'll click on, it has explained me Prisma and I can ask follow-up question. The questions can be what are the other guidelines that we need to take care of apart from Prisma. Right. So maybe Prisma is one of the guidelines. Is there any other guideline I want? So it will give me all those things which are actually, used for what kind and along with the applications. This specifically can be used to identify the methodology of your research. For instance, if a particular person in a research has used a particular type of method, you can study that method using explain paper and then ask explain paper to suggest what are the alternative papers or sorry alternative methodologies using which this research can be done. And this way you can have a altogether different kind of research. This actually expands the it broadens the scope of our research, and it can be used to brainstorm ideas as well as the methodologies that can be used for a particular research. Right. So with that being said, I over here will explain paper and I leave it to you to explore more and see how you can use explain paper to your purpose. Now with this, let's move on to the next part, that is ethics related to AI usage. So I have been seeing the previous sessions, and have seen that a lot of experts have already explained this, uh, like what are the ethical considerations, where you can use Chat GPT, where you cannot use Chat GPT. I'll just provide a little bit my own version of these ethical guidelines, what I believe is true. So before that, I just wanted to have your opinion. What are the limitations? And in fact, if in case if you have experienced any time in the past, if you have experienced any of the limitation of AI driven literature review, that would be really good to see. Yes, anyone? I am expecting some response from the audience. I know you all had your lunch, so you might be feeling drowsy. So since I'm not getting any response, I'll just quickly move on to the next slide and move on to the next topic about ethical considerations. So there are certain limitations of using AI. So we talked about how to use, this. Since morning, you have been looking into various tools. So in fact, we only talk about Copilot. We talked about Explain Paper. Then this Chat GPT was explained, and then Scikit was explained, and there are a lot of tools which are covered. So what are the limitations that we need to keep in our mind? The first and foremost is about bias. The AI models are always biased. The results that they give, they are biased results, and we need to take care of. What do I mean by a biased results is the AI models are trained using some data. So based on the type of data which is being used to train the model, they can offer either a limited set of results or results which is biased to certain consequences. For instance, I'll just give you a recent example which was quite often popular in the news about DeepSeek. DeepSeek also is one of the alternative of ChatGPT, and it is a Chinese model, a Chinese LLM, which came into news because the launch of DeepSeek has crashed the Nvidia stock prices. That is an international news. I will not discuss it much. But what is the bias in that case? The DeepSeek, which is developed by China, it has missed certain historical landmarks in the history of China, which will make China look bad because that data is not being used to train the AI model. That is where bias is introduced. This is just an example. This is just an example. For instance, I am uploading a paper which has limited set of tools or exploration. This is the research is not up to a good level, and I'm uploading that paper on Copilot, and I'm asking Copilot to summarize that paper. The output is going to be biased because the input is not proper, and that is the first thing that we need to keep in our mind. There is always a bias. Second thing is about plagiarism and intellectual property. Flag is an issue which was discussed in the previous sessions also. So mostly the AI generated content is flag free as it is believed, because every time when you start generating content out of AI, it comes up with a very different language and different set of structures. So it is flag free. But there is another term which has come into market, which is known as AI gayism. Now, what is AI gayism? Basically, it's the content which is being generated by AI. So if you are using, so far what I have discussed is I have discussed using Copilot, wherein I give paper as an input and then I ask you to ask Copilot to generate the content. Now, if you're not giving an input and if you're just asking Copilot to generate content, the content that this Copilot is going to generate, or any of the AI tool per se, they are going to generate, it's an AI generated content without any sufficient resources, without any sufficient proof whether the content is going to be good. So that introduces a popular term which is known as AI gayism. There are strict guidelines regarding this AI gayism across multiple papers and publications and the journals which are publishing the papers. So you had to follow those policies. Intellectual property, can you claim intellectual property over something which is being generated by AI? Let's say an image that you have generated using AI. Can you claim intellectual property? Yes, you can claim it. There was a case in court wherein a person has copyrighted a poem which was generated by AI. So this case went on, and subsequently, since there was no proof that it was generated by AI or the person, and since AI was not able to replicate the same thing again, so the case was dismissed. So in that case, they allowed it, but ethical guidelines and ethical considerations, they always say that you cannot use the AI generated things as your own intellectual property. The third and the most important thing, which I also feel is going to be a problem for future researchers, is over-reliance on AI. We often rely on AI 100% blindly. So if AI is suggesting me to use a certain method, I will be using that method without even checking whether the method is applicable for my studies or not. So we have to be very, very careful about this part. That's why there is one term which is, which I popularly use whenever I'm delivering any session on AI usage. That is domain expertise. Domain expertise is essential. Whenever you are using AI, you should have the very fundamentals of AI being cleared, right? You should we should be very well versed with how this domain, this particular topic works. For instance, if I'm talking about AI on intensive care unit, so I should be very well aware of what is AI and what is intensive care unit, right? What are the scope of intensive care unit, right? And then only it's good to use AI. If I don't know about it and if I start writing a paper from a domain which is not even my domain, then the results that I'm going to get is not going to be a good results. And third, last one is transparency and verification. See, these are two are very good terms and very popularly used terms. The transparency is about declaration. If you are using AI, are you going to declare it? That is a question. That is an ethical consideration. And second is verification. If AI is giving me some topic, some idea, or any of the content, am I going to verify it or not? There is always a need, always a need to verify the content generated by AI, right? So I'll just write it down as a guideline. Always verify. What do I mean? That actually means, like, if Copilot is giving me a summary out of a paper and it says that so X, Y, and Z method were used for n number of participants, it's my duty to open up the paper and check it whether the same method is being mentioned in the paper and the same number of participants is there or not. And it won't take much of the time. I can simply search it, but it's my responsibility to verify it, because sometimes AI also hallucinate. It also generates fake answer. Right. That is a case where I have to ensure the answer that I'm getting out of AI is verified properly. Next, how we can ensure that we are using AI ethically for research. First thing, we can use AI to assist us, not to replace human work. Right. Writing should be your own, understanding should be your own. We can use AI to summarize the paper the way we are doing in Copilot. Second, we always have to verify AI generated content. Double cross it, check it on the journal database or the research papers. You cannot rely on any of the research paper which is being suggested by AI, right? Because it's a generative AI, so it won't give you the correct answer. You have to follow either the university guidelines or the journal policies. This is also an important part. A lot of journals right now, they are allowing the use of AI up to a certain level. So you can use AI for certain things, for example, writing the introduction or conclusion if you have done the entire research. But you have to follow their guidelines, like how much percentage of AI they are allowing or for what particular things they are allowing AI. And in case if you are using AI, make sure you cite the AI generated content wherever it is applicable. Yes, if you go to Elsevier's or if you go to Springer, they often ask author to write down in acknowledgement about the AI tool. So they had to acknowledge what AI tool they have used and for what purpose they have used. So let's say I had to write down that I have used ChatGPT March 24 model to write down the introduction and summary of this paper. So that is acknowledgement is supposed to be made. This is under the guidelines of certain journal papers. So these are the certain things we are supposed to keep in our mind. And with that point, let's move on to the final topic of the session, that is citation and reference management. So we all know there are certain challenges in citation and reference management. The first one is time consuming manual formatting. So if you are managing the citations manually, what we usually do is we take the citation from Google Scholar. There's an option to take the format and then we paste it and then we go and put on the place wherein we are supposed to place the in-text content. Then mismanagement. So if I have a large number of papers, let's say I have 100 papers, and if I want to manage those papers, then putting them together in a library, it is often required. And then how I can use it across the different places while writing the literature review or any such thing. And then difficulty in switching between citation styles. So some paper need APA style, some paper need IEEE style. The different citation styles which are required. So how to switch between them easily? For all these things, there is one tool which is quite popular in the market, Zotero. There are certain advantages of Zotero that I would like to mention before actually showing you how this Zotero works. So the first thing is it is open source. It's free. So you can use it without paying anything extra. Second, it is light. Light, basically what I meant by light is it does not consume much of the memory or it does not take much time to load. Right, it's very quick, it's very light, it will consume very low memory and it can easily connect your laptop, your phone, your work PC together to generate a common database of papers. Right, and that's why it is light. And it provides you all the capabilities like managing number of papers, then switching between styles. Switching between referencing styles. It also provides you that capabilities. And that's why Zotero is a popular solution, which is used for citation management. Earlier, we used to have Mendeley. Mendeley also is a good tool, but Mendeley comes up with a lot of memories. It often takes a lot of time to load and update papers. So as an alternative, Zotero comes up with a good solution. So with that point, let's look into how Zotero works. So I'll just share my screen. Yes. Okay. So I'll show you how to use Zotero. Already I do have this in my laptop, but I'll try to show you how does it works. So I just searched for Zotero on Google and I went to this homepage of Zotero. There is an option to download and I can click on download. Now, when I click on download, I had to do two things simultaneously. The first one is I have to download Zotero 7 for Windows. This is a setup file. You can change it for other versions like App Store if you have MacBook, or you can also get it on Google Play if you're using it on phone or tablet. So you have to download this setup over here. The second thing you need to do is to use Zotero connector. Now this works with a Chrome file, and this is an extension. This is an extension. This is not an app or something, but it is good if you install Chrome connector. Now what Chrome connector will do, it will, whenever you are searching any paper, it will see what kind of paper you are looking into, and it will ask you whether you want to save that paper into library. So that library you can access anytime later on. Right. Instead of just telling you, I'll just show you an demonstration of this. So let's say if you download this 64-bit and install it on your PC. Okay. And once installed, then I had this. So I already have this my library of Zotero. but I'll just have another folder. I'll say new collection and I'll click on AI demo. And I'll click it on inside this. So I made a folder inside this about AI demo. This is a blank folder as of now. So what I need to do is as soon as I install Zotero, I will click on this synchronization option on the right top side, right? So when the first time you are going to click on this, it will ask you to connect it with your email ID. I think it will be there. So once you are done it, so what I done is I clicked on this red mark you can see on the top, right? And I clicked on open account settings. So I'll open the account settings and this is my email ID and password. So I have to use the same email ID which I have used over here, which I don't remember. Yes. So this is something which I have used. So in the edit part setting, I have this setting where I can go to sync, and in this sync, I can create my username. I can sync the text and anything. So anyways, no, there are other settings as well which you can explore, but I'm not interested in this. I am interested in. Let me see if it can allow me to log in. Oh, anyways, maybe I forgot my password. So what I'll do is I'll just instead of login, I'll create an account. Or maybe it was saved. Let me click on forgot password. Yes, I received a mail. I haven't. Anyways, no, maybe I'm not able to register. Okay, let me try to register. Register. I'll take an Harish Devjan 123 and I'll use my this password and I click on not robot and register. I will try to activate this as soon as possible just to show you how this actually works. Yes, I got an email. Okay, so this is done and I'll just, so what I've done is I created an account. I'll unlink this account. Now I'll go to username. Okay, so once you install this Zotero, you will get this part and you can put on your username, which I have just created. And I can put on my password and I can set up syncing. Okay, so I have switched the account and it is done. I have a fresh account right now. Okay, and the same thing I'll be doing over here. So once this is done, I'll also go and download this connector, install it. See, the initial process is a little bit tricky because it requires a setup part. But once this is done, I'll tell you how easy it is to use it. So either I already have this in my Brave browser. If it is not, you can add it, and then I can go over there and I can click on Zotero connector. Let me pin this up. think there is some technical glitch, that's why it's not open. Enter a connector. It's there. Let me see if it comes while searching the paper, because it should come. I think there is some technical glitch at Zotero. Okay, yes, it is there. So what I did was I installed it, and then it is asking me where I need to save it. Okay, but instead of it, yeah. So let me say if I am going for EI in leadership topic, anything, right? And I went through this and I found this paper interesting, and I have this particular line which is useful for me. Right. So I'll just copy this and I can write it down anywhere in a, I found this file, no, I found this line useful and I'm going to use it later on somewhere in my research, right? So I just copied it and I want to save this paper. So instead of saving it anywhere else, I can just click it and I can ask it to save it on my library. So I hope you can see this on the top. It is asking me where I need to save. I can click on my library, or I can find a specific folder, or if it is done, I can click on done. So as soon as I click on done, if I show you my Zotero, see the desktop app, this thing has come over here. Right, the EI and AI in leadership. This file is already there. Now it's not only there, it also comes up into my Word. So this is where I was writing, and I know this has been taken by certain paper. Which paper? I can click on top on Zotero, and I can click on add citation. So as soon as I click on add citation, it is going to ask me which format I want to follow. So maybe let's keep it IEEE as of now, right? And then right, this window appears wherein I can select what sources are there. So this is the sources that I have saved in my library. I can just click on this and click on. As per IEEE, this one is already there. Now I'll give you two more examples quickly, just to show you how you can manage these references using AI. So I went to another paper, right? And this is a paid one, right? It requires purchase, but I still have this. And I can take good, the review revealed a range of issues, and I will take this thing. I find this useful, so I'll copy it to my paper. I pasted it over here, but I also have to manage from where I had taken it. So I'll just save it to my library, right? And I'll click on done. And just to give you an idea, this paper is AI powered leadership by some fellow Mohammed Faisal Aziz. So I'll just go to my Word file and click on add citation. And you can see the citation is already there. AI powered leadership, Aziz et al. And I just need to insert it over here. Okay. Let me give you one more example quickly. The third one. And I want to, take this entire line from here. I'm not going to, I'm just giving a demo. You can take the actual findings from here. And I want this to keep this paper to my library. So I just need to click on done. Just for verification, I can verify, this is Pffer, the fellow name is Pffer, the researcher is. I'll click on add citation and you get it over here, Pffer. Done. These are 3 citations which I have added. Let me add one more, and then I'll show you something with how we can do, what all things we can do over here. Okay. This is the 4th one. and I am going to save this to my library. Once this is done, I'll again go there. I'll click on the end of the paper. I'll click on add citations, and you see this paper appears over here. And this is done. So I added 4 different lines from 4 different papers, and I have added the citation of each of the paper over here. I can have n number of things. Now, once writing this paper, we always do this kind of citations, right? Now these citations are being managed automatically. And what's the best part is, if I want to add bibliography at the end of what all resources I have done, I just need to click on add bibliography and the entire bibliography is there. This, I don't have to do it manually. It is done automatically. Again, this is in IEEE format. In case if I want to change format, I can do it very quickly. I can click on document preferences and I can, let's say I want to APA 7th edition. I click on OK. So as I click on OK, you see the in-text citations are changed. Instead of 1, 2, 3, now I have name and et al, which is for more than 2, 3 or 3 or more than 3 authors. And then the citation style is also changed as per AP. We can have different type of, we have a lot more styles like this, like site temp right, Harvard style is there, Elsevier Harvard is there. So if I click on that, again, this has changed and this kind of bibliography is changed. So this is how you can use Zotero for managing your references. This is just for an example of 4 references. Even if you have n number of references, you can manage it very easily using Zotero. It's a quick tool. You can see I have done the entire setup in front of you despite of technical glitch, and I'm using it right now. So this can save you a lot of time in managing the papers very easily. Now with this note, I'll just quickly sum up the session and give the concluding remarks. So we have seen that AI is a powerful research assistant, and we need to keep in mind that critical thinking is very important. We need to understand what is good, what is not good. It can reduce our research workload, but all the things that we are going to do has to be done ethically. We have seen some of the applications like summarizing, writing, citation management, as well as visualization. So visualization, we haven't done it, but yes, we have done up to citation management. So with this note, I'll just end up the session. Thank you so much. I'm open to questions if anyone has to ask. Also, if anyone would like to collaborate for research, you can connect with me on LinkedIn. You can search my name over there. In case if you have any doubt or if you want to use AI tools for any of the purposes, you can connect with me over there. I'll be happy to help and collaborate. Thank you.
If anybody has any questions, you can ask. Or you can drop your questions in the chat box also.
Yeah, I'll this is an interesting question which I would like to answer. What is the difference between ChatGPT and Copilot? And due to time constraint, I'll just keep it concise. Yes, ChatGPT. In ChatGPT, you can upload document, but there is a limitations on the number of document that you can upload. Right, it does not allow you unlimited number of uploads. On the other hand, Copilot allows you unlimited number of uploads. So I can have n number of papers which I can upload in an hour or so. Right, unless you have ChatGPT Plus or Pro, you cannot upload papers directly over there. If you have already done bibliography in Mendeley, you can easily switch over to Zotero. There is an option over there in Zotero to export to import citations. In that case, if you go to import, you can click on Mendeley. All the citations which are there in Mendeley, it will come directly to Zotero. I have already done that, and my citations were from Mendeley only. There's an option to import citations. From there, you can click on Mendeley, and if the Mendeley is there in your system, you will directly import all the citations from Mendeley to Zotero. Okay, fine. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me in the sessions. It was really wonderful being here.
Thank you so much, sir, for delivering such an informative and practical session on managing citations and references with the help of Zotero. Your clear explanations and hands-on guidance have greatly enhanced our understanding of efficient reference management. We truly appreciate your time, expertise, and valuable contribution to this e-workshop. It was a highly enriching experience for all of us. Now, moving on to the next session, we are delighted to welcome Dr. Rajesh G. Konur, sir, as the speaker of our next session on research compilation and management using Obsidian. With his extensive knowledge of research methodologies and digital tools, sir will provide valuable insights into efficiently organizing, managing, and compiling research using the Obsidian platform. So, first, I will try to read bio of sir. Sir is a visionary academic leader currently serving as Pro Vice Chancellor of Eudoxia Research University, USA, and Director of Eudoxia Research Center, India, with a focus on interdisciplinary research and global academic collaboration. Sir leads strategic initiatives in academic policy, faculty development, and international partnerships, fostering a research culture rooted in ethics, innovation, and societal relevance aligned with SDGs. Sir is an expert in higher education leadership, curriculum development, and scholarly publishing, bridging academic systems of the global north and south to empower researchers worldwide. Sir's leadership at Eudoxia has established it as a hub for advanced research training, mentorship, and international academic exchange, inspiring integrity, inclusivity, and excellence in global scholarship. Now, I would like to request Sir, please take over for the session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bhumika, for your kind introduction. Shall I share the PPT? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will start, okay?
Yes.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. Good afternoon to one and all. Hearty welcome to today's session. Of course, welcome all of you to this national level e-workshop on advanced AI tools for nursing research and intellectual property rights patent filing process. Okay, and today's session is on an efficient research compilation and management using Obsidian. Of course, I'm very grateful to the previous speakers that they highlighted that which are all the AI tools you can use in research, and also practically how it is useful. Of course, whenever you're going for doing in research, okay, it is having a different tasks. Okay, so nowadays we have to rely and we have to use an AI or in databases. Of course, if you just click, you will get a very rich information, but all information is not so necessary for us. Okay, so in an information rich environment, researchers face significant challenges in organizing. Hello, 1 second. Once more, I will hope.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Visible.
Thank you. So they are facing so much problems in organizing and assessing their knowledge very effectively. So this database, this Obsidian, is a very unique one, and also it will be helping for taking the notes and for transforming the data, and you can connect with other plugins and you can efficiently manage your research work. First and foremost is the research management. Okay, so what are the challenges and why you have to have it? Okay, you see this is a knowledge integration, connecting insights across sources, because we are reading a lot of things, we are referring it, but we have to integrate to fulfill our objectives. So we have to know that on how to manage the knowledge, the information, and we need it back and forth, because we don't know that where we need from when you collected the data or when you use some of the information in an introduction, that is needed in the discussion. So we have to go back and we need it. It's not assess that on only a few papers or on a few things you are writing it, because it is in 3 to 5 years of an study, especially in a PhD or in postdoc. When you are doing it, you have to retrieve the information. To store it, we need a database, and to organize it. Organize is the whole research process or the research workout according to the guidelines of the university or where you are doing it. Maybe they are having their own format, okay, following in Pico format or in Prisma or in different ways of doing it. This has to be acknowledged, okay. So traditional research management is very, very troublesome, and also some of the things which is in very, very hidden information cannot be come to know, because it is overlooked, okay. So researchers, they are struggling for the articles. You can see that one, how AI tools are in helping, especially this research rabbit site or even in Jotiro, Mendeley, okay, EndNote. These are all the very, very beautiful AI tools are in helping to overcome the problems. Okay. So coming to this Obsidian, okay, it is the one of the finest database for management of the research process. It is mainly based on markdown based one. Okay, it is a plain text format, ensures future-proof notes with a simple formatting that focuses on content rather than the appearance. Okay, what is there, how you have to file it, how many files you need, in which category you need. Okay, then how we can connect it to the others. A lot of complex processes can be done here in Obsidian. Of course, it is on privacy, because you can maintain with confidentiality with your profile. Then highly extensible. You can get plugins, how this Jotero plugins are there, or you can connect with an Word or in PDF or with other databases. Nearly 500 plugins you can do it. Okay, it is a huge thing. So it is called as a secondary brain or a second brain. Why we need, okay, for an atomic note taking thing, that one, if you want to have the point wise, okay, like an non-linear things, or just to take in some of the notes, you can make it. For finding out the tags and folders, you can make your own folders and you can keep, because you see the preliminary pages, the first chapter, second chapter, third chapter, fourth chapters. Okay, in this one you need a different folders to keep the information or the content. For research question evolution and tracking it, okay, how it has to be developed. For literature synthesis and also for long-term memory, you can use this Obsidian in research. There are some of the very peculiar features, okay, for researchers. It is having in bidirectional links. You can create connections between nodes and other plugins to make it how you can utilize the things in your research. Okay. Next, optimization, what you call in graph visualization. Also, you can make it because it is connected with an other connections. Okay, you can customize it. Then you can use Obsidian for the visualization. Advanced research, full text with regex support allows precise filtering through thousands of nodes instantly. Create saved searches, and you can go for an writing it afterwards. Mainly, this Obsidian is used for an compiling the research. Okay, you can import research materials from an MS Word or an PDF or from an other websites. Okay, especially the previous speaker has highlighted what is this Jotero, how we can use it. Okay, this you can have the plugin within Jotero, then you can make use of an Jotero for an review of literature, for searching, for reference management, for patent identification, for job search also, and for the connectivity, what you call in research connectivity. Okay, you can collaborate also. You can, for the collaborations, you can use the Jotero. Next is annotate and extract. You can highlight the key points in PDFs. Okay, if any extracts are there, any papers are there, you can make use of anything that one you uploaded the PDF. Then you want to know the summary of the paper. Okay, or you want to find out the research gaps. Okay, that you can extract it through the plugins or having the connections. Means you can manage the whole research process from one single database. Connect and contextualize. link extracted information to your existing knowledge base. You can add tags, metadata, okay, personal insights to enrich annotations, okay. Means you can use this one for creativity also, and generate insights, create permanent notes synthesizing information as a sources, use linked references to discover patterns and connections, how the changes are occurred. So if you see this one, how the architecture is an inspired, okay, by Skin inspired thought. This is an algorithms having an you can take in permanent notes like an theoretical insights, synthesized ideas, okay, literature notes, summaries of in papers or in books, okay. You have downloaded from a PubMed, okay, some of the papers or in ebooks. If you want to know what is the content of that one, okay, or you want to retrieve, or you want to have an abstract only, means you cannot go through the whole paper or in whole book. You just to know the glimpses of that book or in that literature, then you can do it. Fleeting notes, observations, spontaneous thoughts, you can have it and you can record it, okay. You can draft the grants, maybe for a minor project or a major project, okay, and methodology outlines. There are so many different types of methodologies are there, like what you call quantitative, qualitative, then mixed method methodologies. What type of methodology you are following it for your research can be noted here. Then see, this is a database you can have with plugins with other tools also. Like you can connect with an Obsidian, with an Jotiro, or foreign citations. Just now as an highlighted, okay. You can connect and you can browse and you can have the citations, and also you can have the reference management styles, okay. This you can change it. We think that when you are writing and you are publishing the paper in a different publication houses, on the time they will be having their own guidelines of reference management. This can be done through Obsidian plus Jotiro, okay. Then Obsidian with an overleaf or an Word, MS Word, for you can write the manuscript drafting, not only manuscript or in thesis or in synopsis, you can draft it, then you can rewrite it, okay. Then Obsidian within Git, version control and collaboration within other databases also, and other features. Mobile and desktop synchronization, real-time multi-device editing also can be done within this Obsidian. Then you can have the vault, okay, a research vault in Obsidian. You can create folders. How many folders you need? Think that when you are writing in an literature review, okay. How many parts are there in literature, okay. So you can have it in a single folder for each one, then you can maintain it, okay. You can use foreign projects, foreign idea generation, foreign templates. There are so many templates are there. Which one you need? Whether you need it in Prisma template or in Pico or in IMRID, okay, and other things. And you can maintain the daily notes also in an as an fault. For naming conventions, like I think that on how we can name it by topic, by title, or by date and year. Internal linking structures like a concept, then having a map of a content note to overview your research domain, how far you have finished it in the form of a figure. For example, think that when you are doing a systematic review, okay. So you can import within Jotiro plugin. You can go to an Obsidian, then you can connect within Jotiro, and Jotiro will help you to search the papers. You can use this one as your own library. You can make your own folders and you can keep it. Then you can use Jotiro for review, for citations management, as well as for the reference management and for connecting others, okay. Like how you are connecting in Facebook and LinkedIn, okay. You can use Jotiro for that one, and also for patents, for job search also you can use it, okay. Note templates for each article, okay, which one you need it. Link themes across articles like an intervention types, okay, on which you want, whether in which sector you are writing it, okay. Tag by methodology, outcomes, and region, okay. Like you can follow the research methodology, okay. Like in samples, okay. How many papers you have collected, okay. Then how it comes to know. Then is the setting. Then how which methodology they have selected. That can be done by this Obsidian from a single database. Graph view is used to identify emerging clusters. Okay, it will also has for optimization. There are so many advanced plugins also there for research, like in Jotiro integration, automated note creation for PDFs. Okay, you can have it. Then you can use it as your own library. Data view, query notes like in database. Periodic notes, you can write in daily notes. Okay, how you're writing the nurses notes. Okay, or in daily diary, you can have the daily research diary. What you have done it. Okay, this also can be maintained. And mind map, visualize the structure of an arrangement arguments. Okay, think that one somewhere you are writing in discussion, how you have to structure it. That can be done by mind map. Citations plugin, manage bibliographical efficiently. Not only Jotiro, you can go for an Mendeley also, and then EndNote also. Okay, so when you're going for a visualization, okay, managing and visualizing the knowledge. Okay, so you can how you have to come out. Okay, my research project. On that time, you have to see that create notes, develop atomic notes, focusing on single concepts or an ideas. Don't mix up different ideas or concepts, so it is a puzzle. Okay, so think that when today you are writing the introduction. Okay, what are the things you have to have it in introduction means you just to have the concept of what you are doing it. So you need an research gaps. Okay, to highlight it on what you are doing, where you are doing, then it has to give an interest. Okay, it has to give an foresight that on what you are further doing it. This has to be noted. So you can create the notes. Establish connections, link related ideas to build a network of knowledge. Okay, so you can connect with an Mendeley, Jotiro, EndNote. Okay, or in other medias to establish connections, research connections. Okay, those who are in, having the similar interest, you can connect with them. Apply metadata, tag notes within relevant categories and properties. Also, you can do it when the data is in very larger in scale. Visualize relationships, explore connections through graph and view and backlinks. Okay, means how they are connected, whether they are in very good connections are there, whether it is in related or not, or you can use an for LinkedIn also. Okay, LinkedIn also it has to be connected with an Facebook and the media. Obsidian transforms static nodes into a dynamic knowledge system. Each node becomes a node for your personal knowledge graph with links forming pathways between the ideas. Of course, it mimics that how you are connecting. Okay, like what you say in theoretical framework, how we are connecting from one thought to one idea to other idea is done by Obsidian. Next, how the effective research flow must be there. Okay, literature review workflow. Create a hub node for your research question with key sub-questions and hypothesis. Import relevant papers via Jotiro, and also for others also. Think that when you want to collect the information or literature on an cancer pain. Okay, so you can search different oncology papers. Okay, often in different subjects or in what you call in different organs. Then you can see that on what is your objectives on this basis. You can have the literature, then you can have their folders, then you can maintain it. Long-term writing pipeline, develop an outline note linking to supporting research notes. Use the outline plugin to maintain structure while drafting. Split complex sections into separate notes linked to your main document. Track progress. Okay, how it is. Okay, means whether it isn't so complex if it is there, or if it is in very mega data is there. Okay, you can divide, you can have the separate files, then you can keep it. Collaborative research, maintain a shared vault using a synchrony. Okay, sync like an Obsidian sync or in GitHub. You can add this one, then you can have the templates, and you can maintain the structure of the your workflow of the research. So what is the best practices and resources you can use when you are using an Obsidian? Okay, fault structure. You can create the photos for major research projects. Okay, but even though it is not only major means or it is a minor project also, because having in different chapters. Okay, maintain an index note linking to key areas. How it is. So, templates for consistent note formats. What type of an thesis or an paper you are writing it. Okay, whether you are writing in the Pico format or an IMRAD format or in a Prisma format. So this has to be noted. Okay, so you can maintain the flow of an writing, drafting it from starting to an end. Separate literature notes from your own insights. Okay, this can be done. Essential plugins, you can go for an Jotero integration for references, for review of literature, for citation management, for reference management, data view for structured data queries, for data visualization, PDF highlights for annotation extraction, and citations for academic writing. Which are the sources? Okay, Obsidian forum and the Discord communities there, YouTube channels, other like and others you can connect with them. Books, how to take smart notes, okay, or linking for thinking workshop or any other workshops also can be linked to Obsidian. Then you can learn it. Start with a simple structure and evolve as it your research needs grow. Consistency in naming conventions and linking practices is more important than complex organization. Remember that the goal is to reduce friction in capturing and connecting ideas, not creating a perfect system. But when you use an Obsidian, it's not so easy. Okay, what's the challenges are there? Steep learning curve, okay, is the one of the things. Like can start with the basic features, grow over time, because when you use immediately, when you synchronize with an like an PubMed or with an Mendeley or with an other AI tools, okay, it is very difficult to manage it. So start with an simple things. So how to take the notes that you can first to start and first to learn it. Okay, daily notes how to make. Then you can add it the folders. Then you can go for complicated things. Plugin overload. Use only those are essential to your workflow. Okay, think that one. For a review of literature, okay, go for Mentally or in Jotero or an EndNote. Okay, if you are ready to pay, you can go for an EndNote. Otherwise, also you can use an Jotero and Mentally for most of the work. So don't go for an plugins. Okay, sometimes it may stuck or it may gives rise to a glitch. Okay, overlinking or cluttered graphs. Focus on semantic, not superficial links. Okay, very important. Semantic scholar or this one you can connect it for. Always go for a genuine what you say websites or databases. Migration from Evernote or Notion also you can bring it. Okay, use Markdown export or import utilities are there, but don't at this single time don't go for an very complicated things. Okay, Obsidian for collaborative research also you can go. Shared faults via Git or sync services is also important. Cross-link notes among teams. If think that when you are writing the research in a group on the time, if you want to send the notes, okay, or on cross link, okay, at the same time, that also can be done. Joint literature databases with structured note templates, then collective mind mapping and thematic analysis, especially when you're using in qualitative research. So if you see an overall, Obsidian offers a scalable, flexible system for research knowledge management. Okay, how you are managing, how you wish to manage manually. Okay, the same thing can be done by Obsidian. Ideal for long-term scholarly projects, grant writing, and meta-analysis. Okay, especially when you are going for an PhD or a postdoc or an very higher things. Okay, like in DSC, delete. Okay, on that time you can use this Obsidian. Grant writing, very important, because it is a very structured one and very critically you have to write it. Okay, and meta-analysis, especially when you are going for an systematic, okay, or a very mega meta-analysis. Okay, on that time you can use this database. It combines conceptual depth with technical transparency. So if you want to know much more, okay, you can go for an obsidian.md. Then you can go for an jetsystem.de, then effectiveremote.com. Okay, then you can have the plugins with an Jotero integration, data view, and Obsidian Git. Okay, this is about the concept of an database of an Obsidian, how we can use Obsidian in our research. Okay, now just I want to highlight it. Okay, how it will be from my things. Just I want to see. Okay, this the one. I hope that one it is in. You can see it. Then Obsidian. here you can, this is the Obsidian database. Here just I have noted it, I have noted what I have done today. This is in daily notes, okay. So here there is an templates are there. You can use different templates from starting from an introduction or in first page or in first chapter onwards, okay. So you can have the general, okay. You can see that on apps you can correct it to by what type of language you need, okay. Then editor overall there, if you're writing in a multiple, you have to display it. Then files and links, you can you can delete, you can add it, you can use as in your own library, okay. Next one is appearance, how we need, okay, font size, because you can manage it from starting to the end. I think that one for in headings or in subheadings, what the font size is there, okay, this also you can manage it. There are so many keys are there, like an search keys, like an add, above, ls, add embedded, okay. These are all the links are there, you can go for it. Then mainly is the plugins, okay. There are so many plugins is there, plugins list is there also there, like an backlinks, bookmarks is there, canvas is there, okay, for an arrangement. Then command daily notes, okay, file recovery, you can maintain the files also. Then format converter, okay, if you want to change it, okay, graph view, very, very important for an optimization, note composer, these are all the things you can manage it, okay. Next, community plugins are there, open source, peer audit, initial code review, then paper report mechanisms. Then you can turn on community plugins, then you can connect with them, okay. These are all the things can be done by Obsidian. So yeah, then also you can view the graphs, okay, what you have done from starting to end. So this will helps you to maintain your mind, okay, mind mapping. Then how far I have reached it, then how, when I have to finish it off, okay. This can be viewed with this Obsidian as an viewer, okay. This is about an Obsidian, but it will not come in a single day. This you have to practice it, okay. This you have to practice. Overall, you can use Obsidian as your research knowledge management tool. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Okay. This is
Yes.
about an Obsidian, okay, data management.
Yes. If anyone has any questions, you can feel free to ask in the chat box or directly. Any questions from the participants?
I have already the plan with the end of year. All right. So paper is on the pipeline. One paper is already ready for the publication. Another paper in the pipeline. And one more thing that is
Thank you, sir, for delivering such an insightful and enriching session on research compilation and management using Obsidians. Your expertise and clear guidance have provided us with practical strategies to organize and streamline our research work. We sincerely appreciate your valuable contribution to this e-workshop and your generous sharing of knowledge. We are pleased to introduce Dr. Anshula Deshpande ma'am as the distinguished speaker for our next session on the patent filing process. With a strong academic background and expertise in intellectual property rights, ma'am will guide us through the essential steps, procedures, and insights involved in filing a patent. Ma'am is a committed academician and clinician in pediatric dentistry with an MBA in clinical research management, a postgraduate diploma in IPR law, and a PhD in education focused on self-directed learning from dental students. Ma'am is a decorated scholar awarded by the Vidya Tandon Memorial Gold Medal, that is in 2004, and IATR Colgate Research in Prevention Award 2006, and has contributed over 120 publications, 11 textbook chapters, and guided 52 research projects. Ma'am's research spans diverse areas including early childhood caries, dental trauma, regenerative endodontics, and innovative dental education strategies. Ma'am is an active leader, currently treasurer of ISPPD with strong involvement in IDA and ISPPD, demonstrating excellence in research, communication, and professional development at national and international platforms. We now look forward for our next session by ma'am. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And at the outset, I would like to thank Nursing College, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, for conducting this online conference. And I hope the day would have been really meaningful for all. And also, I would like to start with my condolences to the tragic accident which has happened yesterday, keeping all the souls in mind, and may those who are injured recover fast. So with this, I have been assigned with a topic on navigating the patent filing process. So can I have a quick response if it is visible to all
Yes,
of you?
ma'am, it is visible.
Okay. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So this presentation will demystify the patent filing process, guiding inventors, entrepreneurs, and researchers from idea to issued patent. So get ready to embark on this essential journey. So before I start my journey, I would like to share that my journey to Sumandeep Vidyapeeth has been a very meaningful, with 21 years of experience, starting from my alma mater, from where I did my graduation as well as my post-graduation, that is Manipal University. So this 21 years of journey had embarked learning in my process. And in this process of learning, I got interested in studying more about IPR. And that's how I did my postgraduate diploma in IPR from National Law School, Bangalore. So before starting my journey, I would like to give a small disclaimer. This presentation is exclusively for academic and educational purposes. And I don't claim any original authorship to the reference content. All rights remain with the original authors and publishers. Whereas if any advertent omission of proper attribution is unintentional and can be promptly corrected upon notification. The content of this lecture would be, I've divided it in 5 segments. First is understanding what is patents. What are the pre-filing steps, the patent filing process, the process of patent examination, and various post-filing considerations and things to remember. Now, when I say understanding patents, it is one of the way of intellectual property rights law. But often we have received statements like this. All I asked was, can I patent my copyrighted trademark? So there's a lot of confusion between what is patent, copyright, trademark, designs, plant varieties. These are all different things which have been regarded by Indian Patent Office. And patent is the exclusive thing which is provided for either a product or to a process. Now, intellectual property refers to creations of minds such as inventions, artistic works, and symbols that are legally protected to encourage innovation and creativity. But in India, the main types of patents include utility patents for inventions, design patents for ornamental designs, and plant patents for new plant varieties, each serving distinct purposes. The protecting innovations is crucial for protecting medical inventions, ensuring exclusivity, and providing competitive advantages in the healthcare industry.
It also helps in stimulating the research, as patent incentivize further research and development by ensuring inventors can benefit financially as well from their discoveries. But one has to be alert and aware of the process. Now, the process of protection of invention, it gives exclusive rights to their inventions for a certain period, preventing others from making, using, or selling the invention without permission, thus safeguarding your innovation. Whereas when we talk about economic benefits, the patents can lead to financial gains through licensing, attracting investors and increasing market opportunities, thereby fostering a sustainable economic environment for inventors. But there are various laws, and similarly, there is patent law, and one should know the basics of these patent law. The legal framework governing patents varies by country, detailing the procedures for obtaining a patent, its enforcement, and the penalties enforced for infringements. For an invention to be patented, it must meet specific criteria. It must be novel, non-obvious, and useful, that is industry useful, determining its eligibility for patent protection. So if you want patent grant, it should fulfill these basic criteria. So these are termed as criteria for patentability. So as to a product or process to be patentable, it must be novel, non-obvious, and useful, demonstrating a clear advancement over existing technologies or methods which are already available. There are certain common non-patentable categories which include abstract ideas, natural phenomena, and methods of doing business which cannot meet the required criteria for patent protection. So it must have industrial application with inventive step. Now, this is how a patent looks like. You can see a patent certificate issued by in Government of India and as well as in USA. Now, let us move on to the second segment of pre-filing steps. Conducting a patent search is very important. Now, what is the purpose of a patent search? A patent search aims to identify existing patents that may affect the novelty of your invention. Because if something similar is already there, it may result into rejection. So it helps to determine if your idea is patentable and can save time and your resources. How to conduct a search? Conducting a patent search involves using databases such as all the important organizations like EPO, WIPO, USPTO. These are the various trade organizations, intellectual property organizations of Europe, world, so that you can look for it. How to look and how to do search? It is very similar to the research searching. Utilize keywords, classifications, and inventor names to locate similar inventions and assess their relevance. This is actually, in legal terms, it is termed as prior art search. To utilize patent databases, you can search the databases like USPTO also at Google Patents to determine the novelty. Whereas scientific literature, you can examine sources like Google Scholar and IEEE Explore for prior art searching. Various database options are also available apart from what I've mentioned based on the organization. One can use Mintel and Statista, which is US based, for comprehensive prior art evaluation. To assess novelty, you have to also do the examination, because until you determine the uniqueness and non-obviousness of your invention will not be patentable. Next subsection of pre-filing searches, invention disclosure, and documentation. Now, once you have planned, you have searched, you have done a prior art search, and you found that your invention is unique and non-obvious, then you have to start working on the documentation. So preparing the invention disclosure can be done by having a detailed description, drawings, and any experimental data. So this ensures that all aspects of the invention are captured comprehensively for patent evaluation. Now, the clarity and detail in invention disclosure are very crucial for avoiding misunderstanding and rejection of your patent grant. So a well-documented disclosure can significantly enhance the chances of patent approval by clearly articulating your invention. So you record your invention details properly, document every aspect of the invention, including its concept, operation, and relevant data. Maintain inventor notebooks. It will ensure that all the development steps are dated, signed, and witnessed for legal authority. So legal authenticity becomes very important. That's why, as you are aware, when we submit any research to our ethics committee, it has to be dated and signed along with the place. So because it has a legal implication. How to have a backup? You can have both digital and physical backup of your documents. Upload all files to a secure cloud storage service and maintain physical copies of important documents for added security. Now, another aspect is you have to decide on which type of patent application you would like to do. There are two types. First is provisional application and second type is complete specification. Now, in provisional application, you can provide an initial filing status, allowing you to claim patent pending without formal patent claims. It is typically less expensive and requires less detail for initial protection. So on that date, your product or your process gets filed. Whereas in complete specification, it is a formal patent application that must include the detailed claims and descriptions of your invention. This document is vital for fully safeguarding your invention within the patent system. Now, what is the advantage? Provisional patent application, it gives you early filing advantage. So early filing date and protecting the invention while you get more time on refining the details of your patent. Another aspect is cost efficiency. The preliminary step is cost effective, providing an affordable means to secure protection initially. A thorough non-provisional application includes precise claims and detailed drawings adhering to USPTO standards. Then next comes the examiner review. The examiner assesses the application for novelty and non-obviousness, often requesting amendments or additional information. So once the examiner reviews, based on that, you may receive certain additional queries or asking amendments in your drawings or illustrations. The third segment is filing the patent application. So filing can be done both online or physical filing. Both are available in India, whereas online filing is more efficient and cost effective, and also it provides you quicker processing times. Then you should be aware of necessary forms and fees. Applicants must submit specific forms such as Form 1 for the application and Form 2 for the specification, along with the requisite fee based on the category of the applicant. Now, the category on which you want to apply, all these sources are available on the IPO website of India. So here you can see this is a flow chart. I will be talking about now how to file the patent application. So filing procedure, drafting the patent application. So importance of professional help, structure, submission or to the Indian Patent Office. One should know the importance of timelines, and then examination of patent application where request for examination, responding to examination reports is done. Then the next important step is publication of your patent application. So I will be again highlighting on the steps of the flowchart on the timeline. But before that, I would also like to emphasize on how to draft the patent application. Here, yes, engaging a patent attorney or agent can enhance the quality of a patent application as they ensure the legal compliance and help you in crafting a stronger patent claims to maximize the protection to your invention. A well-structured patent application typically includes a title, field of invention, background, summary, detailed description of your product or process, what are the claims which you make so that whatever is available, how it is better than what is already there in the market, and the abstract. So all crucial for patent examination. Now, as I said, one can file a provisional application or a non-provisional one, that is complete specification file. The required documentation and drawing is very important. So compiling the required documentation involves gathering technical description, claims, and necessary drawings. A proper documentation, I'm repeating here again, ensures clarity and comprehensiveness in the application process, thus enhancing the chances of patent grant. Now, overview of submission process. Submitting a patent application involves completing all required forms, paying fees, and possibly responding to any initial objections from the patent office during the evaluation period. Now, there is a very important role of the timeliness. Meeting deadlines is critical in the patent application process, as delays can lead to missed opportunities for protection or even the abandonment of the application altogether. So when I was talking about various forms, here you can see the first form is usually the details of the inventors, their signatures and all, whereas form 2 is actually regarding the specification about your product or process. So after you have done this, within 12 months of filing the provisional specification, you are supposed to file a complete specification. Next stage is statement and undertaking regarding foreign applications. So if you wish to do that within 6 months from the date of filing of application, you can file foreign applications. Then comes request for examination, which is done by Form 18. 48 months from the date of filing or priority, whichever is earlier, you can request for examination. There is also less fees for women if the women is the first inventor, as well as you can request for examination, early request for examination can be also filed. Then comes declaration of inventorship, which is done by Form 5 with the complete specification or within 1 month from the date of the filing of the complete specification. Now, time for replying to the first examination report. Once your examination is done, you will receive first examination report. So once you receive this first examination report, you get 6 months time, and which is extendable up to 3 months. So total 9 months period, but it is preferably advisable to submit your report before time, that is within 6 months of time. Then comes your pre-grant opposition, which is by Form 7A. After publication of your application and any time before the grant of the patent, it can be there. There can be also a post-grant opposition. So there is, for which there is Form 7. So 1 year from the date of publication of grant of patent, this is the locking period where any other people or inventors, if they found any similarity in your invention with his, then they can raise a query, and then there you have to file a opposition for it. Next comes reference to deposit of biological material. This has to be done within 3 months from the date of filing application. Furnishing information relating to working of patent, that is Form 27. Working statement regarding the patent invention in a calendar year is required to be submitted for every granted patent within 3 months from the end of every calendar year. That is 31st March of every year. Therefore, for submission of working statements for calendar year 2017, due date would be 31st March 2018. Because once the patent is granted, it is very important that it should have an industrial application. And if you have not industrialized your patent, there is a chance that the government may take the patent rights and it may get transferred. Now, coming to filing the application, submission process includes submitting your application to the appropriate patent office, which can be nowadays easily done online, ensuring compliance with all procedural requirements, and possibly making initial fees to secure a filing date. Now, there are applicable fees. So understanding applicable fees involves researching, filing, maintenance, and examination fees specific to your jurisdiction. So initially, you will be having a filing fees, so the application fees. Then comes the examination fee if you are requesting for early examination. And then you have to keep paying the maintenance fees to maintain the patent rights. The next segment is patent examination. Now, the role of patent office starts here. The patent office is responsible for reviewing patent applications to determine whether your patent meets the patentability criteria, and they ensure that is it worthy of invention to receive the protection. The examination timeline can vary significantly based on the complexity of the application and the backlog of applications, involving several stages from initial review to final decision. So as I said, by seeing the form itself, you can see it may take minimum 2 years locking period will be there. Now, examination of patent application, as I said, request for examination is a formal request to initiate the examination process of your application in a specific time frame after application submission. And then responding to, because we have to give time for pre-grant opposition. So one has to wait for before you can request for examination. Responding to examination report, this involves replying to any objections or rejections which are raised by the office during examination, which may require amendments to your already sent application text or the drawings or the illustration. So further arguments supporting the patentability. Patent applications are generally published 18 months after their filing date, making the details of the application accessible to the public and allowing for transparency. So if you see 18 months plus 1 year, so that becomes almost 2.5 years. So in total, approximately 3 years is, you can, the minimum time period you can think of once you have filed and receiving the patent grant. Now, what are the effects of publication? Publication grants the public access to the technical information about the invention, potentially enabling competitors to design around it, while also ensuring that the applicant secures a priority date. Now, when we talk about responding to office actions, the types of of office actions include rejection of claims, request for additional information, or final actions. Each requires specific responses from the applicants to advance your application further. Now, there is a strategy for responding to office actions, and it includes thoroughly addressing concerns raised, amending the claims as needed, and clearly articulating the invention's merits to persuade the examiner to accept your invention. Now, amendments should be done to strengthen applications. So revise your claims or specification based on prior art to enhance your application. Justify patentability. Clearly explain why your invention should be considered patentable. And you can also request a continued examination if initial rejection persists. So these are the various options which one has. Now, let me show you a life cycle of patent application in Indian Patent Office. As I said, the first step is filing of patent application. So as I said, there are two ways. First way is with provisional specification. Now, once you have filed provisional specification, if you have not taken any further step within the stipulated time, you may consider that application will be abandoned. Next comes, after you have filed provisional specification, within 12 months of provisional specification, one is supposed to file a complete specification. Or either you have initially filed a complete specification application. So once you have done this, the publication of your file or application takes place. You can also request for early publication or after a wait of 18 months. Now, pre-grant opposition can be filed. So there can be a request for examination on Form 18. Request is expedited examination by 14A. So both can be done. Then examination for patentability is carried out by Patent Office. If there is any query raised or issued to the examination, the expedited examination for startups applicant has indicated India as ISA or IPA in the corresponding international applications for patentability. Whereas application is to be put in order by the applicant within 6 months. If the objection not met within 6 months, application is abandoned. If the objections are met within 6 months, the grant of patent, so you get the publication of grant and the patent is granted. Now, post-filing procedures. Approval, notice of allowance is issued. The inventor will receive a notice of allowance indicating that your patent application is approved. Issue fees is there. Pay the required issue fees, typically ranging from $400 to $8,000 for small entities at the global level. The patent is granted. So your patent is finally granted and published. Congratulations. But the important aspect is the criteria for granting and post-grant compliance. After patent is granted, the patent holder must comply with legal maintenance requirements, which may include paying annual fees and enforcing the patent rights against infringement. Now, how to enforce your patent rights? There are two ways. First is infringement issues, which arise when another party issues, makes or sells the patented invention without authorization, prompting the patent holder to take legal action to protect their rights. Another way is licensing agreements, which allow patent holder to permit others to use the invention in exchange for royalties or other compensation, providing a way to monetize the patent while controlling its use. Because many researchers, they say we are doctors or we are the clinicians, we are inventing. So how we don't have industry or any idea or any means to industrialize our product. So for that, you can go into licensing or agreements. So the grant process concludes with the issuance of patent once the application has been approved, marking the official recognition of the inventor's right over their invention. So after patent is granted, the periodic maintenance fees fulfill their requirements to keep the patent active. So duration of patent protection is often 20 years from filing, after which invention enters the public domain, allowing free use by others. Steps for renewal: you can always renew your invention. To maintain your patent protection, patent holders must comply with certain requirements, including timely payment of maintenance fees and fulfilling any other jurisdiction related to specific conditions. Next, after this, what you can do is also file for international patent protection. Many people, they do so by international patent filing along with the national level filing. So filing under Patent Cooperation Treaty allows inventors to seek patent protection in multiple countries by just filing a single application. So understanding foreign patent laws is crucial for effective international protection, as regulations vary greatly between countries. So this is a web page of Intellectual Property India, which is ipindia.gov.in. And on patents, you will have a lot of documents which are available. There are various publications which brings on also FAQs and IP awareness. So you all, those who are interested, can go on the site and you will find a lot of valuable information on the website itself. So coming to the key takeaways, diligence is crucial. Accuracy and diligence are essential the entire patent process in every detail. Expert counsel: seeking expert legal counsel significantly chances of success. So they provide invaluable chances for the success. Next is protect the innovation. Patents protect innovation and create a strong competitive advantage. It safeguards your ideas. So diligence, expert counsel, and protecting innovation are the key takeaways. So keep calm, but protect your IP. Thank you so much. And if you have question, you can take that. Thank you so much.
Any questions from the participant side? If you have any questions, you can ask or you can drop it in the chat box.
I hope I have made the process of filing clear. All of you can go on the website as well to have any doubts clear. So a lot of information is available on Indian Patent Office, ipindia.gov.in.
Any questions?
So I think for the full day, everyone is over bombarded with the lot of new information. I thank the organizers and all the delegates for their time. If they have any questions, you can connect to me on my email, which is, I will type here.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for delivering such an informative session on patent filing process. Have given us a proper understanding of intellectual property and the steps involved in securing patents. We truly appreciate your time, effort, and valuable contribution to this e-workshop. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
On behalf of the organizing committee, I'm truly honored to deliver the vote of thanks at the conclusion of this successful national level e-workshop on advanced AI tools for nursing research and IPR patent filing process. First and foremost, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed chief patrons, Honorable Dr. Mansukh K. Shah sir, that is founder president of SVDU, and Honorable Dr. Dikshit M. Shah sir, president of SVDU. Your visionary leadership and constant encouragement have been the driving force behind the success of this event. We would also like to express a sincere appreciation to Honorable Chancellor Sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, and Honorable Registrar Sir of SVD for their unwavering support and guidance. Your contributions were instrumental in ensuring the smooth coordination and execution of the workshop. A special thanks to our respected organizing chairperson, Dr. Anita Prakasham ma'am, whose commitment to academic excellence and passionate leadership provided the foundation for this enriching experience. Your tireless efforts and meticulous planning made this workshop truly impactful. We would also like to acknowledge the invaluable support of the IT department, whose technical assistance ensured smooth virtual connectivity and uninterrupted sessions. Your behind the scenes efforts contributed significantly to the overall success of this workshop. Last but certainly not least, our heartfelt thanks to all the participants for your enthusiastic involvement, active engagement, and thoughtful contributions. Your presence add immense value to the workshop, and we hope you found the sessions insightful and beneficial. Once again, thank you all for making this event a grand success. I would also like to thank all of our speakers for their immense contribution and taking out their valuable time and to teach us something new which will be benefit for us in the future. We would look forward to organizing more such knowledge sharing platforms in the future. Till then, good evening and have a nice day ahead. We will be sharing feedback link within some time. I request all the participants to please fill the feedback form. After that, you will get the certificates by tomorrow. Thank you and have a great day ahead.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.